This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Tale Untwisted, General George B. McClellan, the Maryland Campaign, and the Discovery of Lee's Lost Orders, by Gene M. Thorp and Alexander B. Rossino. Narrated by Chris Sorensen. Preface. The book you are now listening to is a greatly expanded version of an essay published as part of Savis Beattie's Civil War Spotlight series in 2019. That earlier essay, available in digital format only, focused tightly on the events of September 13, 1862, when troops with the Army of the Potomac's 12th Corps discovered a mislaid copy of Robert E. Lee's Special Orders No. 191 lying in a field near Frederick, Maryland. Passing up the chain of command, the lost orders, as they have come to be known, eventually reached General George B. McClellan, who used the information contained in them to lead his army to its fateful clash with Lee's Army of Northern Virginia at South Mountain, and shortly afterward at Antietam Creek. Publishing online presented challenges for those of the reading audience who wanted a hard copy of the essay for their Civil War book collections. We also received numerous requests for more information concerning General McClellan's direction of the Maryland campaign from the beginning of September until the eve of the South Mountain fight on September 14th. This expanded version of our study provides the new information requested and a great deal more, including sections on the historiography of the Lost Orders debate and an exploration of Civil War-era telegraphy meant to clarify where the incorrect 12M timestamp on McClellan's trophies telegram to President Lincoln on September 13th might have originated. It is our hope that this study answers many of the questions we have received from readers of the earlier digital essay. We anticipate as well that this study will clear up flawed interpretations of the evidence that historians and others have used over the years to unjustly criticize McClellan's performance in Maryland. Had the general not risen to the task and provided the shattered Federal Army in the East with capable leadership, the United States as it existed might have permanently ceased to be. Defeating Lee north of the Potomac in September 1862 saved the Union at its moment of greatest peril, and George B. McClellan deserves praise, not condemnation, for having accomplished it. Gene M. Thorp and Alexander B. Rossino, Glenwood and Boonesboro, Maryland, September 2021. I have thus far abstained from any public reply to the various criticisms and misrepresentations of which I have been the subject, and shall probably preserve the same attitude during the remainder of my life. Certainly, up to within a brief period, party feeling has run so high that the pathway for the truth has been well nigh closed, and too many have preferred to accept blindly whatever was most agreeable to their prejudices, rather than to examine facts. I have, therefore, been able to maintain a calm front under abuse, and, while far from claiming immunity from error, have remained satisfied with the conviction that, after my death at least, my countrymen will recognize the fact that I loyally served my country in its darkest hour. Major General George Brinton McClellan, November 8, 1881. 4 years before his death. Chapter 1. How We Got Here. The history of writing about George McClellan and Lee's Special Orders No. 191. Every so often, one of the American Civil War's most enduring controversies erupts into public awareness, stirring renewed debate among historians and enthusiasts alike. One of those controversies is whether Major General George Brinton McClellan, commander of the Army of the Potomac, dawdled after receiving a mislaid copy of Robert E. Lee's Special Orders No. 191 on September 13, 1862. The lost orders were discovered in a field southeast of Frederick, Maryland, 3 days after Confederate troops marched out on September 10th, providing McClellan with Lee's operational plan for the capture of Harper's Ferry. The lost orders, as they have come to be known, clarified to McClellan the meaning of various pieces of information that had been coming in for several days from Governor Andrew Curtin of Pennsylvania, General Alfred Pleasonton's cavalry, President Abraham Lincoln, and the War Department in Washington. These disparate sources painted a jumbled and often conflicting picture of rebel movements, with some stating that Confederate columns had been spotted in Hagerstown, while others said rebel troops were crossing the Potomac River back into Virginia at Williamsport. With Lee's orders in his hands, all these scattered bits now made sense to McClellan. He understood that Lee had split his army into multiple columns, that taking Harper's Ferry was Lee's immediate objective, and that the opportunity had presented itself to destroy the separated parts of the Army of Northern Virginia in detail. This information enabled Little Mac, as many of the men in his army fondly called him, to devise a plan for attacking Confederate forces at the gaps in South Mountain. Federal troops with the 6th, 9th, and 1st Corps did exactly this on September 14th, successfully driving Lafayette McLaws, James Longstreet's, and Daniel Harvey Hill's portions of the rebel army back toward Virginia, effectively wrecking Lee's plans. Yet, despite the passage of more than a century and a half, debate about the steps McClellan took, or failed to take, continues to swirl. Exactly when this controversy began and why it has persisted for so long are fascinating tales in themselves, because it is the things written about the lost orders over the years that first fanned the flames of controversy into life and which keeps them burning to this day. Thanks to leaks from the Army of the Potomac, or possibly the War Department, information about the discovery of Special Orders No. 191 first appeared in major newspapers within days after McClellan had received them. The Washington Star reported on September 15, 1862, that a member of Colonel Colgrove's regiment found a paper purporting to be Rebel Order No. 119. Although someone clearly leaked this information, there does not appear to have been any explicit political intrigue connected with it. Indeed, politics did not figure into the picture until 1863, after George McClellan himself attempted to defend his actions during the Maryland campaign by passing a copy of the orders to his friend William Cowper Prime. Prime, the editor-in-chief of the New York Journal of Commerce, a newspaper critical of the Lincoln administration's handling of the war, published the orders on January 1, 1863. McClellan then testified in March of that year before the Congressional Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War that he had been handed Lee's orders at Frederick. This news became public in April with the release of the committee's official report. But while criticism of McClellan by the committee certainly provided the backdrop for these events, no controversy erupted concerning his handling of Special Orders No. 191. Just the opposite occurred as the committee, being more interested in the conduct of the Peninsular Campaign and allegations that McClellan had not done enough to support John Pope before the Battle of Second Bull Run, made barely any inquiries about the conduct of the Maryland campaign. To all intents and purposes, the discovery of the lost orders proved to be a non-issue. This might have remained the state of affairs had two important events not occurred. The announcement in October 1863 that McClellan intended to run for president on the Democratic ticket in 1864, and the publication in February 1864 of a 480-page report written by McClellan defending his time as the Army of the Potomac's commanding officer. Intended to justify the decisions he had made and rebut accusations that had surfaced during the radical Republican-controlled Joint Committee hearings, McClellan recounted succinctly in his report that, on the 13th of September 1862, an order fell into my hands issued by General Lee, which fully disclosed his plans. This bland statement of fact might have gone unnoticed had McClellan not followed it up with the assertion that he immediately gave orders for a rapid and vigorous forward movement to save the endangered Federal garrison at Harper's Ferry. This claim contradicted on-the-record comments made by General-in-Chief of the Army Henry W. Halleck before a military commission investigating the circumstances surrounding Harper's Ferry's fall in September 1862. Testifying that, after having received orders to repel the enemy invading the state of Maryland, McClellan marched only 6 miles per day on an average when pursuing this invading enemy. Halleck implied that the general had been guilty of foot-dragging when the relief of Harper's Ferry required swift action. To this, Halleck added, in his opinion, he, McClellan, could and should have relieved and protected Harper's Ferry, a statement with which the commission said it fully concurred. In other words, the accusation of tardiness that subsequently became a hallmark of Little Mac criticism started with Henry W. Halleck in an effort to shift blame from himself for the disaster that befell Colonel Dixon S. Miles and his men at Harper's Ferry. Halleck proved so successful at contriving this bit of subterfuge against McClellan that even President Lincoln shared the belief, telling Senator Orville Hickman Browning in November 1862 that McClellan could and ought to have prevented the loss of Harper's Ferry, but was 6 days marching 40 miles, and it was surrendered. The release of McClellan's report lit a bonfire of public criticism, prompting William Swinton, a wartime correspondent for the New York Times, to pursue a literary scorched earth campaign against the now Democratic Party presidential candidate. Swinton railed mercilessly against McClellan's command decisions in a series of articles published by the Times from February through April 1864. These screeds, published as a collective by the Radical Republican Union Congressional League under the provocative title McClellan's Military Career Reviewed and Exposed, the military policy of the administration set forth and vindicated, made it clear from the onset that Swinton did not intend his critique to be an honest comment on military policy. Rather, he contrived from the very beginning to influence the outcome of the presidential race, arguing in the first sentence of his first column that General McClellan, having won whatever reputation he enjoys in the field of war, is now running on this reputation as the presidential candidate of a party whose creed is peace. He will only be certain of being president of our country when it is certain we have no country at all. Turning to the general's lengthy report, Swinton lambasted it as an elaborate political manifesto produced by a man struck by the fever of the White House while his soldiers were being struck down by thousands with the fevers of the Chickahominy. McClellan sought to vindicate his conduct and arraign the administration in his so-called report, argued Swinton, demanding a critical analysis of the document out of concern for the welfare of the country not less than the truth of history. Swinton self-righteously dedicated himself to this task, promising to pierce the historical truth underlying the veneer which General McClellan has spread over events, to endeavor to seize by the guiding clue of unpublished dispatches how much here set down as original motive is really afterthought, and to examine the foundation of the charges which he heaps upon the administration. If I do not succeed in providing by documentary evidence that every one of General McClellan's failures was the result of his own conduct and character, if I do not prove his career as a whole to have been a failure unmatched in military history, and if I do not fasten upon him conduct which in any other country in the world would have caused him to be court-martialed and dismissed the service, I shall ask the reader to accept his plea in abatement of judgment and accord him the patent of distinguished generalship." Following this declaration of intent, Swinton proceeded to develop the disparaging portrayal of McClellan's flaws and failed decisions that remains with us to this day. He dissected McClellan's claims from the Peninsula Campaign about the overwhelming strength of the enemy, while minimizing the number of his own men, accusing the general of producing a series of winnings and whimperings for troops, the most extraordinary ever put on record. Swinton questioned McClellan's complaints about the weather hindering his operations and statements that the men of his army were neither disciplined enough nor sufficiently well trained to take the field. He outlined McClellan's refusal to promptly execute orders, accused him of foot-dragging, described his reluctance to bring on engagements, and argued that after the reverse experienced outside of Richmond, McClellan brought back an army demoralized, worn down by useless toil, and reduced by sickness, almost unmatched in the annals of war. To all of this, Swinton added the undermining of John Pope, closing with the statement that while he had hitherto questioned McClellan's capacity as a commander, the failure to support Pope called into question even the general's loyalty to the nation. Turning finally to the Maryland campaign, Swinton pontificated that it was not his purpose to review it in detail, his true aim being not so much to dissect the historical facts themselves as to dissect General McClellan's character and conduct. We are presented with the same characteristics of genius and generalship which we have already discovered, the same unreadiness to move promptly and act vigorously, the same clamoring for more troops before advancing, the same reference to the great superiority of numbers on part of the enemy. It is, after all, a dismal story, and has probably already tested the human stomach to its utmost limits. When Swinton came to the discovery of Special Orders No. 191, he called Lee's operation against Harper's Ferry bold, arguing, "The rebel general should have been made to pay dearly for venturing upon it." And yet, if we consider that the combinations of a commander are necessarily largely influenced by his knowledge of the character of his opponent, we must admit that Lee, aware of the tardy genius of McClellan, was authorized in taking a step which, against a vigorous opponent, ought to have secured his destruction. At any rate, the event fully justified his action. McClellan, entrusted with the duty of meeting and crushing the invading army, moved out by slow and easy stages, at an average of 6 miles a day, and accommodated Lee with all the time he needed. Of course, he was able to accomplish his designed object, the capture of Harper's Ferry, its garrisons and stores. Here we find Swinton airing the first public reproach of McClellan's handling of the lost orders. Those familiar with the Maryland campaign will recognize the many elements of the story that have become hallmarks as it has been passed down. Swinton claimed that Lee made his plans based on an assessment of McClellan's timidity, including a word-for-word recitation of the accusation hurled by Halleck that McClellan's advance averaged only 6 miles per day. Never mind that in the campaign's early phase McClellan marched the exhausted remnants of John Pope's army north 30 to 40 miles to cover Washington and Baltimore, or that as it approached Frederick, the Ninth Corps' columns actually marched at twice the daily rate asserted by Halleck. Swinton never asked about any of that. The journalist turned military expert found it easier to cherry-pick Halleck's statement and use it against McClellan rather than verify the details. After all, and this is important to remember, Swinton did not intend to seek the truth. His New York Times columns represented little more than an openly declared effort to assassinate the character of Abraham Lincoln's political opponent in the upcoming election. Worse yet, Swinton claimed that the moment Lee crossed the Potomac, the forces at Harper's Ferry were placed in a false position and should have been promptly withdrawn. But we find no recommendation to this effect by General McClellan during the period in which it was possible to carry it out. In other words, he made the entire Story debacle at Harper's Ferry George McClellan's responsibility, despite the fact that as commander of the Army of the Potomac, McClellan did not receive the required authority from Halleck to issue orders to Colonel Miles until September 12th, only 3 days before Miles surrendered. Never mind either that at the end of its proceedings, the Harper's Ferry Military Commission investigating the debacle concluded that Colonel Miles' incapacity, amounting to almost imbecility, led to the shameful surrender of this important post. Harper's Ferry, as well as Maryland Heights, was prematurely surrendered. Halleck's effort to cover up his own blunders thus proved to be spectacularly successful thanks to his use of McClellan as a scapegoat and William Swinton's enthusiasm as a radical Republican attack dog. Unfortunately for Little Mac, the politically motivated broadsides fired by Swinton would not be the last heard from him concerning the lost orders. Styling himself a scholar after the war, Swinton published a history of the Army of the Potomac in 1866. In this work, the fledgling military historian revealed his own duplicity by changing the thrust of his critique. Reading somewhere along the line that Lee had said McClellan advanced his army more rapidly than was convenient during the campaign, thereby disrupting his plans, the Federal commander suddenly acted with energy, but not with the impetuosity called for. If he had thrown forward his army with the vigor used by Jackson in his advance on Harper's Ferry, the passes of South Mountain would have been carried before the evening of the 13th, at which time they were very feebly guarded, and then debauching into Pleasant Valley, the Union commander might next morning have fallen upon the rear of McLaws at Maryland Heights, and relieved Harper's Ferry, which did not surrender till the morning of the 15th. But he did not arrive at South Mountain until the morning of the 14th, and by that time the Confederates, forewarned of his approach, had recalled a considerable force to dispute the passage. Now, therefore, McClellan moved fast in response to reading Lee's orders, but just not fast enough, and as a result, the Confederate Army was able to defend the South Mountain passes in time to capture Harper's Ferry. The failure on McClellan's part suddenly became the fact that he did not attack the South Mountain gaps quickly enough, a variation of the slow-marching accusation that Swinton had made so much of in 1864, but which now held little water in light of Lee's published comment. Despite these subtle changes in his condemnation, and knowing Lee's opinion of McClellan's industry during the campaign, Swinton never offered a retraction of the slander he had penned in 1864 to influence the outcome of the presidential election. Those deliberate and malicious misrepresentations lived on unchallenged. Following Swinton, another writer, the talented Renaissance man John W. Draper, picked up the twisted tale of Special Orders No. 191. A scientist, photographer, and physician, Draper included the subject in a multi-volume history of the American Civil War that he published in 1868. In this work, he claimed, without offering a detailed elaboration, that after obtaining the orders, McClellan had it in his power on the 14th to have overwhelmed the division of the Confederate General McLaws and relieve Harper's Ferry. This time, though, the failure was not McClellan dawdling. It was that instead of attacking McLaws' command, the general followed the main body of the Confederates toward South Mountain, for they lingered in their march to give time for the reduction of Harper's Ferry. Making such a statement amounted to damning with faint praise, because while Draper praised McClellan for acting decisively, he also criticized him for moving in the wrong direction. Curious in regard to Draper's history at this point in his apparent ignorance of Swinton's history from 2 years earlier. Neither mentioning nor citing Swinton, Draper appears to have arrived at his own conclusion concerning Little Mac's handling of the lost orders, and, while he did not applaud the general's effort, he at least acknowledged action on McClellan's part based on an independent reading of the sources. Swinton's and Draper's interpretations of the event remained the most prominent until the appearance in 1876 of a history of the war written by Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, otherwise known as the Comte de Paris. A Frenchman who had served on McClellan's staff during the war, d'Orléans also turned out to be a skilled and even-handed historian. He blamed Colonel Miles for shutting himself up at Harper's Ferry instead of retiring out of harm's way, and wrote of the lost orders that while they provided a splendid opportunity for McClellan, the danger at the same time was imminent. For it was evident that Miles, of whom the Federals had heard nothing more, was allowing himself to be hemmed in on the right bank of the Potomac. It was necessary, therefore, on the one hand to prevent the capture of Harper's Ferry, and on the other to attack the Confederate army before it should be able to reunite. Little Mac rose to this challenge, according to d'Orléans, as Federal troops immediately took up their line of march toward Middletown, while Franklin, bearing to southwestward with the left, was to carry the pass of Crampton's Gap, proceed rapidly down Pleasant Valley on the track of McLaws, attack the latter vigorously with all his forces, rescue the garrison of Harper's Ferry, and finally, without losing a moment, taking this garrison with him, overtake the rest of the army through Roarsville. The French Count then took time in his analysis to address Little Mac's critics, particularly those who claimed the general had advanced too slowly. Writing that these voices might perhaps blame McClellan for having lost a few hours in the execution of this plan, to which the incapacity of the defenders of Harper's Ferry was to give a decided importance, d'Orléans argued, instead of condemning so trifling a delay, we feel convinced that impartial history will render justice to the really extraordinary results he obtained through his activity, the precision of his orders, and the prestige of his name in leading to the pursuit of a victorious enemy the routed bands he had rallied 10 days before in sight of the capital. He could not make them march with the regularity of tried veterans, nor could his lieutenants, notwithstanding their zeal, always conform strictly to the orders he gave them. It followed that Sumner, on the evening of the 13th, had not left Frederick, that only a single corps of the right wing, Reno's, had reached Middletown, while the greater portion of the left wing was still on the banks of the Monocacy. The execution of the great movement, in fact, was only commenced on the morning of the 14th. These movements resulted in the capture of the South Mountain Gaps and a reverse for Lee's army. Outcomes, the Frenchmen concluded, representing an important success for McClellan that restored confidence to his soldiers and opened to him at the same time the entrance to the valley of the Antietam, where he hoped to strike his adversary before Jackson should have returned from Harper's Ferry. If he had been able to begin the battle sooner, he would have inflicted upon Hill, who was isolated, a much more serious reverse. And by obtaining control of the South Mountain passes before night, he would have definitely prevented the junction of his adversaries. But the Federal general could not foresee the failures which were to result in the premature surrender of Harper's Ferry, and he had reason to felicitate himself upon the result achieved and the unquestionable victory he had just obtained. Although in writing these words d'Orléans could be accused of making excuses, The Count freely admitted that McClellan could have started his advance earlier. At the same time, he also gently placed blame for the Harper's Ferry disaster squarely on the shoulders of Dixon Miles for surrendering prematurely. This represented a significant departure from portrayals of the events thus far because it exonerated McClellan for the fall of Harper's Ferry. The Count used a noticeably different tone in his writing as well. For the first time, a former Union military man and veteran of the war had taken up his pen to publicly analyze events surrounding the discovery of Special Orders No. 191 and the surrender of Harper's Ferry. As such, D'Orléans' perspective provided a professionally based balance absent from the amateurish efforts of Draper, and especially Swinton, whose poisonous influence continued to rear its head in the decades to come. 6 years passed before another veteran of the war took up the subject of George McClellan, Harper's Ferry, and the Lost Orders. This next man, Francis Winthrop Palfrey, served with distinction during the war. Wounded and then captured at Antietam, Lieutenant Colonel Palfrey rose to the rank of colonel after his exchange, eventually attaining the rank of brevet brigadier general for meritorious service in 1865. Palfrey's volume, The Antietam and Fredericksburg, appeared in 1882, calling the discovery of Lee's orders a piece of rare good fortune that placed the Army of Northern Virginia at the mercy of McClellan, provided only that he came up with it and struck while its separation continued. Palfrey, though, quickly returned to the theme of Little Mac's sluggishness, echoing William Swinton's overstated version of Halleck's accusations. Writing, "It cannot be said that he, McClellan, did not act with considerable energy, but he did not act with sufficient," Palfrey lazily repeated the claim that Little Mac had missed the chance to interpose his masses between the wings of Lee's separated army. With fair weather on September 13th and the roads in good condition, Palfrey continued, there was no reason why Franklin's corps should not have moved that night, instead of at daybreak the next morning. As McClellan respected the night's sleep of Franklin and his men, so did he that the rest of his army. No portion of it was ordered to move that night, with the possible exception of Darius Couch, who was ordered to join Franklin as rapidly as possible, and no portion of it other than Franklin's was ordered to move so early as daybreak the next morning. McClellan was not equal to the occasion. He threw away his chance, and a precious opportunity for making a great name passed away. Palfrey's depiction of these events offered nothing new to the history. Rather, it was his glowing war reputation that made the difference because, as a respected veteran officer, Palfrey gave credibility to Swinton's Halleck-derived accusations. If a former officer of Palfrey's standing thought Little Mac guilty of acting too slowly, then it must be what happened. Even in the 1890s, Ezra A. Carman, the grandfather of Antietam studies, could not help but agree with Palfrey in his then unpublished manuscript, stating that, as far as it went, McClellan's 6:20 p.m. order to William Franklin was good. Carman agreed with Palfrey, it did not go far enough. Indeed, it did not set Franklin and the entire army in instant motion, and there were no valid reasons why this should not have been done. McClellan did not rise to the occasion. He did not take advantage of the long afternoon. He did not order a night march and therefore missed the opportunity of his life. At noon, he dispatched President Lincoln that his army was in motion as rapidly as possible, but as a matter of fact, nearly the entire army at that hour was at a dead halt, and McClellan did not rise to the occasion to lead it forward. Lincoln biographers John G. Nicolay and John Hay relied on the influential Palfrey, too, commenting in Volume 6 of their monumental work on the late president that General Palfrey's criticisms of McClellan in this campaign are entitled to careful study. They are, as he says, the expressions of conclusions arrived at with deliberation by one who began as a passionate enthusiast for him, who has made his campaigns the subject of much study and thought. What conclusions concerning McClellan and the lost orders did these Lincoln partisans reach? Nothing less than complete condemnation of the general, repeating the usual bromide that when he saw the copy of Lee's dispatch, McClellan received information which was enough to put a soul of enterprise into the veriest laggard that ever breathed. There was never a general so fruitlessly favored by fortune. Nicolay and Hay proceeded to repeat Halleck's 6 miles a day marching claim, augmented by the usual judgment that it was not his, that is, McClellan's nature to act promptly enough. Concerning the 6:20 p.m. attack orders to Franklin, they fell back on William Swinton, arguing that McClellan wrote at his leisure a long and judicious instruction directing him to march the next day. The weather was perfect. The roads were in good order. These judgments might have been excusable had Nicolay and Hay simply used the standard histories of the time to write a dispassionate history of the events, but the evidence reveals that this was far from their intent. As Michael Burlingame has pointed out concerning the two men, publicly Nicolay and Hay did not acknowledge their partisanship. In the introduction to their biography, they emphatically asserted their impartiality. Nothing could have been further from the truth. Hay flatly admitted in an August 1885 letter to Nicolay that he had toiled and labored through 10 chapters over him, McC. I think I have left the impression of his mutinous imbecility, and I have done it in a perfectly courteous manner. It is of the utmost moment that we should seem fair to him while we are destroying him. The story, as first described by William Swinton, thus remained intact until the publication of Jacob Dolson Cox's war memoir in 1900. Formerly the commander of the Army of the Potomac's 9th Corps after the mortal wounding of Jesse Reno at Fox's Gap on September 14th, Cox appeared to offer inside information on the Army's workings, including his interaction with George McClellan. Cox, however, did not strive for dispassion, repeating old tropes in his telling of the tale. McClellan telegraphed to the president that he would catch the rebels in their own trap if my men are equal to the emergency. There was certainly no time to lose. The information was in his hands before noon, for he refers to it in a dispatch to Mr. Lincoln at 12. If his men had been ordered to be at the top of South Mountain before dark, they could have been there. But less than one full corps passed Catoctin Mountain that day or night, and when the leisurely movement of the 14th began, he himself, instead of being with the advance, was in Frederick till after 2 p.m., at which hour he sent a dispatch to Washington and then rode to the front 10 or 12 miles away. Cox's interpretation of the events did add 2 new elements to the condemnation already heaped upon McClellan for not ordering a general advance on the night of September 13th. The first public mention of a noontime telegram sent by the general to President Lincoln, and McClellan's own alleged failure to ride to the front when the fighting began on September 14th. The communication referred to by Cox is, of course, the now famous telegram from McClellan to Lincoln, time-stamped 12 M for meridian or noon. McClellan informed the president in his message that he had the whole rebel force in front of him and had put the army in motion as rapidly as possible after it, adding in a clear reference to Lee's orders that he possessed all the plans of the rebels. McClellan promised to catch them in their own trap if my men are equal to the emergency. To Cox, the failure to be equal to the emergency was not in his men, it was in McClellan himself. Squandering 24 hours, the general lost the garrison at Harper's Ferry and all of its stores to the rebels. Cox agreed with the Comte de Paris that Miles could have offered more stubborn resistance, even admitting that Halleck ought to have ordered the place to be evacuated earlier, as McClellan suggested. Nevertheless, Cox argued, at noon of the 13th, McClellan had it in his power to save the place and interpose his army between the two wings of the Confederates with decisive effect on the campaign. He saw that it was an emergency, but did not call upon his men for any extraordinary exertion. Harper's Ferry surrendered, and Lee united the wings of his army beyond the Antietam before the final and general engagement was forced upon him. Other writers at the turn of the 20th century, such as Civil War veteran and Brevet Brigadier General Peter S. Mitchie and British military officers Walter Burbeck Wood and Sir James Edward Edmonds, carried on the story of McClellan's absent initiative along already well-established lines. The critical treatment of Little Mac and the Lost Orders in Mitchie's work is perhaps the most surprising, considering McClellan allies like Fitz-John Porter endorsed the writer for producing an impartial biography of the general. Mitchie trod familiar ground in recounting the events of September 13th, writing, "The military situation presented exceptional advantages to McClellan and threatened the gravest of disasters to Lee. The generalship displayed by each of these commanders, whereby one failed to reap the legitimate fruit of the situation, and the other extricated himself in a masterly manner from his critical position, is exceedingly characteristic of their abilities and capacity for command. 30 minutes should not have elapsed after coming into possession of Lee's plans before orders should have been issued by McClellan for the immediate and speedy movement of his several corps to the South Mountain passes, and Pleasanton should have been at once informed of the situation, with the necessity of extreme vigor of attack upon the Confederate rear guard. But it was not until 6:45 that Couch, with the rearmost division, was ordered to move to Jefferson, not that night, but the next morning, in order to join Franklin, whose orders, issued 15 minutes earlier and containing a complete review of the situation, directed him to move by Jefferson and Burkittsville upon Roarsville at daybreak the next morning. The remaining corps were also directed to move early on the 14th. And thus it was not until more than 24 hours after McClellan had come into possession of Lee's plans that the Army of the Potomac was in position to attempt the passage of the South Mountain Range. As of 1901, therefore, yet another former Federal officer had added the weight of his professional reputation to the Halleck-Swinton critique of Little Mac by simply repeating what others had written decades earlier. Then a former captain in the Army of the Potomac named Isaac Hasinger published a history of the Maryland and Virginia campaigns of 1862 intended to correct what he called the inaccuracy of all the current histories. Utilizing documents that no author had previously seen, Hasinger explained in detail how Lee's army had already accomplished most of the objectives set out in Special Order No. 191 by September 13th when the lost copy came into McClellan's possession. It was therefore incumbent upon Dixon Miles to defend Harper's Ferry on his own, which the colonel could have done, in Hasinger's estimation, if he had not abandoned Maryland Heights. Doing so effectively trapped Miles' garrison at the bottom of a soup tureen with no escape in sight. McClellan, in the meantime, busily pushed cavalry and infantry toward Catoctin Mountain even before he read the lost orders. When he did read the orders, he issued instructions for William Franklin to seize Crampton's Gap, advance into Pleasant Valley, and trap McLaws' command against the Potomac River. McClellan, per Hasinger, then planned to break through at Turner's Gap and turn to support Franklin against the rebels in Pleasant Valley. Had Miles held Maryland Heights in force, nothing could have saved McLaws' whole command, argued the former Army captain. Then Miles would have been court-martialed and shot for abandoning what he was ordered to hold to the last extremity. Overall, what McClellan got out of Lee's order was notice that Lee had actually embarked on a side enterprise full of peril for himself. McClellan saw he could attack Lee in Maryland instead of following and fighting him up through Pennsylvania, and would preserve our own state from the desolation and horror of invasion to which McClellan's subsequent removal subjected it in the next year. Hasinger's work began a revision of sorts when it came to evaluating McClellan's Maryland campaign performance. The dean of the Institute of Law at the University of Santa Clara, California, James Havelock Campbell, also offered a fresh perspective with the publication of his book on the general in 1916. Noticing a discrepancy between the nearly universal condemnation of McClellan in the historical literature and the praise of Little Mac offered by Robert E. Lee, Campbell's volume strove to set forth clearly the services of General McClellan in the Civil War in the form of a legal brief. Arguing along the same lines as Hasinger that despite more being written about this subject than about any other within the realm of war except the campaigns of Napoleon, Campbell claimed, "A comparison of what has been written with the facts will show that never before was any subject so little understood by those who undertook to discuss it." From what has been said by the majority of these authors, one could conclude that McClellan was wholly devoid of military capacity. Yet General Lee, the most renowned leader of the South, emphatically proclaimed McClellan the ablest Northern general of the war, and von Moltke, the foremost chieftain of the 19th century, asserted that the war would have ended 2 years earlier than it did if McClellan had been for a purpose, but not often enough, I fear, in many instances, to penetrate the impervious armor of prejudice. Authors possessing less intestinal fortitude might fear Campbell had set an impossible goal for himself, given the preponderance of books disparaging McClellan for his flaws. After all, in the 5 decades since the war, only the Comte de Paris and little-known Isaac Hasinger had risen to defend Little Mac against the accusations leveled by Henry Halleck and William Swinton. Every other writer had either uncritically repeated those accusations, or in the case of Jacob Cox, added new details that cast the general in an even more deleterious light. Campbell rose to the occasion by dissecting each charge against McClellan and offering a meticulous rebuttal. Concerning the lost orders specifically, Campbell deconstructed the alleged failure to order an advance on the evening of September 13th by closely examining the general's 6:20 p.m. dispatch to William Franklin. Closing with the admonition, "I ask of you at this important moment all your intellect and the utmost activity that a general can exercise," this letter, argued Campbell, proved beyond all power of questioning that General McClellan was making an appeal to this brave, patriotic, and capable officer, not merely to be quick, but to exhaust every effort to reach the goal at the earliest moment possible. Thus, to fancy that McClellan could have used greater energy seems either unfair or irrational, because it was Franklin, not Little Mac, who could have started off for Crampton's Gap that evening. Why did the 6th Corps' commander not proceed? Clearly, it was because McClellan believed that Franklin required reinforcement, explained Campbell. Consider these 2 sentences from McClellan's order, he continued. Couch has been ordered to concentrate his division and join you as rapidly as possible. Without waiting for the whole of that division to join you, you will move at daybreak in the morning by Jefferson and Burkittsville upon the road to Roarsville. According to Campbell, this meant, your force at present is too small, so I am sending Couch to you. All his troops cannot reach you by daybreak, but haste is imperative. So go ahead at that time with whatever you have. In other words, McClellan hoped Couch would come up in time to support Franklin, and so he requested Franklin wait until sunrise on September 14th to see if that occurred. If Couch did not come up, McClellan ordered Franklin to march at daybreak. In addition, noted Campbell, McClellan sent 3 couriers to Colonel Miles on September 14th, one of them ordering him to hold out to the last extremity. If it is possible, reoccupy the Maryland Heights with your whole force. If you can do that, I will certainly be able to relieve you. As things turned out, none of the couriers sent to Miles reached Harper's Ferry, and the colonel instead surrendered his command 1 day before Franklin could get to him. McClellan could not be blamed for this, implied Campbell, because the responsibility rested squarely on the shoulders of Dixon Miles. Campbell would prove until the 21st century to be the last person of any professional persuasion, historian, attorney, or otherwise, to offer a view of McClellan different from that initially put forward by William Swinton. One by one, scholars from Bruce Catton to James Murfin and Stephen Sears to James McPherson continued echoing the tale of McClellan's ineptitude. Sears, in particular, returned again and again to the drumbeat of McClellan's lost opportunity, his dawdling, and his overabundance of caution. Publishing on this for the first time in 1983, Sears concluded, "The record is clear that on September 13th, the young Napoleon readily enough grasped the opportunity beckoning to him. He knew that Harper's Ferry still held out, and that Lee's army remained divided. No time shall be lost, he promised in his noon wire to the President. But like the pledges of similar prompt action, this was empty posturing. A full 18 hours would pass before the first Yankee soldier marched in response to the discovery of the orders." 5 years later, Sears whistled the same tune, maintaining, "The lost orders represented the opportunity of a lifetime." Had McClellan resolved to waste not a moment of his opportunity, 7 hours of daylight were available on the 13th for Franklin's left wing to press forward 10 miles to the base of South Mountain to be in position to move against McLaws at dawn. At the same time, on his own front at Frederick, a 10-mile march would put Hooker's 1st Corps alongside the 9th Corps facing South Mountain, ready for an advance by the entire right wing toward Boonesboro in the morning. Yet the afternoon hours of September 13th passed without a decision, and finally he ordered these movements to begin only the next day. And again in 2002, between his noon telegram to Lincoln and his evening conversation with General Gibbon, General McClellan deliberated on his response to this incredible good fortune. Characteristically, he made it into a thorny problem to which answers did not come easily or quickly. During that Saturday afternoon, he appeared to have plunged from exuberance down into uncertainty and then back up to confidence, and the emotional journey required some 6 hours. Another 12 hours would pass before a single man of the Army of the Potomac advanced in response to the lost order. Recipient of dazzling fortune, awarded an unparalleled opportunity to divide and conquer the Confederacy's main army, he allowed the first 18 hours of his good fortune to slip away. Of perhaps greater interest to those concerned with actual historical fact, Sears appears to have thought for some inexplicable reason that it was appropriate to fabricate certain portions of the twisted tale, as he styled it. The most glaring example of this can be found in his repeatedly voiced insistence that a group of Frederick's leading citizens was present at Army headquarters when the courier sent by Alpheus Williams arrived with the errant copy of Lee's orders. This idea, since repeated as fact by subsequent writers, first appeared in Sears' 1988 biography, George B. McClellan, The Young Napoleon. Writing in its pages that McClellan was meeting with a delegation of local citizens when he was handed the paper and Williams' note, Sears claimed, after a quick reading he threw up his hands and exclaimed, according to one of his visitors, Now I know what to do." Sears then repeated this claim in his brazenly titled 1992 essay, The Last Word on the Lost Order, which he republished several years later in 1999. By 2002, with the publication of The Twisted Tale of the Lost Order, Sears had apparently become so enamored of his embellishment that his earlier general statement now zeroed in on a specific time frame. It was about 11:30 a.m., reported the suddenly omniscient Sears, and McClellan was meeting with a group of local citizens regarding the federal occupation of Frederick when his adjutant Seth Williams interrupted to hand him what proved to be the intelligence coup of the war. This enhancement stuck, and Sears has retained it ever since. The problem is that it is pure fiction. Just as no source exists stating that a delegation of Frederictonians visited McClellan on September 13th, there is also no document, comment, or other evidence indicating that the events described by Sears took place at 11:30 in the morning. The impossibility of McClellan receiving Lee's orders at noon will be dealt with later. For now, it is sufficient to point out only that the source on which Sears based his contrivance is a statement made by Robert E. Lee to William Allen and Edward C. Gordon on February 15, 1868. According to Allen, Lee told them that Stuart informed him of a report of a Maryland gentleman who said he was at McClellan's headquarters when the lost dispatch was found, and that he, McC, openly expressed his delight. Gordon, for his part, recalled Lee's comment with only slight differences in detail, recording afterward that he, Stuart, had learned from a gentleman of Maryland who was in McClellan's headquarters when the dispatch from General Lee to General Hill was brought to McClellan. Neither of these recollections of Lee's comment mentioned a delegation of Frederictonians or a time when the event allegedly took place, but rather than be content with the available information and leave it at that, Sears instead thought it proper to manufacture a timeline of events and then repeatedly pass it off as fact without any subsequent scholar verifying the truth of his claims. Sears' ceaseless repetition of the points previously made by William Swinton, that is, McClellan slow and cautious to a fault, and Jacob Cox, that is, the noon trophies telegram, might have been the 20th century's last word on the lost orders had Joseph L. Harsh not published a voluminous study of the Maryland campaign in 1999. Although his work focused on the campaign from the Confederate perspective, Harsh cut his academic teeth studying Little Mac at Rice University, eventually producing a doctoral thesis in 1970 titled George Brinton McClellan and the Forgotten Alternative, an introduction to the conservative strategy in the Civil War. Reflecting his interest in McClellan, Harsh's work on the Confederate campaign included a more extensive treatment of the Federal commander than one might expect. Harsh offered, for example, a detailed exploration of the circumstances facing McClellan on September 13th, showing how even before the general received Lee's orders, he had sent Alfred Pleasonton's cavalry and a portion of Jesse Reno's Ninth Corps after Lee's army. These operations brought the Federals by evening to the foot of South Mountain at both Turner's and Crampton's Gaps. These were movements that would panic Lee when he learned of them later that night, and they were conceived before and pursued independently of the Federal discovery of a copy on SO-191 left behind in Frederick. Additionally, Harsh picked away at the claim that slow marching had doomed Harper's Ferry. Stuart's reports, wrote Harsh, suggested to Lee that one reason the enemy advanced so slowly was that they had formed an extended front to protect both Washington and Baltimore from attack. In other words, the two phases of the campaign, the period leading up to the Army of Northern Virginia's departure from Frederick and McClellan's later pursuit after receiving the lost orders, should be treated as separate matters and not conflated as Halleck had done in his attempt to discredit Little Mac. Finally, Harsh explained how on the day that McClellan read SO number 191, he believed Lee commanded a force larger than his own, even though he did not know the size of the detached commands outlined in Lee's special orders. Weighing these factors added time to McClellan's planning of the attacks on the South Mountain Gaps. The finding of Special Orders number 191, concluded Harsh, did not give McClellan a realistic opportunity to destroy Lee. This reinterpretation of the events retained the traditional September 13th timeline, but it minimized the importance of the lost orders to Union operations, thereby undercutting the long-standing claim that McClellan had missed an extraordinary chance to strike a war-ending blow. Harsh's reevaluation of McClellan and the Lost Orders opened the first modern crack in the edifice of McClellan criticism that had towered over the subject since 1864. Further cracks then appeared with the work of Ethan S. Rafuse, a student of Harsh's in 2005, and eventually in Stephen Stottlemyre's 2019 book, Too Useful to Sacrifice. Like his mentor, Rafuse did not question the timeline of events. He agreed that after sending his message to Lincoln promising to send trophies, McClellan more closely scrutinized what fate had brought him and found that the value of Special Orders number 191 might not be what he had suggested to Lincoln. McClellan decided, therefore, not to make any rash deviations from his already well-developed operational plan for September 13th, to put his army in a position to force Lee to abandon his campaign north of the Potomac sooner rather than later. That plan pushed Burnside's troops toward Turner's Gap and William Franklin's 6th Corps toward Crampton's Gap. Franklin was to deliver the decisive blow, concluded Rafuse, and if all went well, Burnside's command and Franklin's corps could then either combine against the Confederate force thought to be in Boonesboro, per information in SO number 191, or Franklin, with Burnside on his right flank, could turn south and rescue Harper's Ferry. Rafuse's book appeared in 2005. Making it strange that he did not include new information about the timing of McClellan's trophies telegram to President Lincoln, unearthed by Canadian researcher Maurice Mo Dow in 2002. Perusing the Library of Congress's new digitized online collection of Lincoln's papers, wrote Dow, I decided to search for Lincoln's received copy of the trophies message. Having pulled the document up, it was with some astonishment that I read the time designation, 12 midnight. This bombshell information changed everything since Jacob Cox's history 100 years earlier. If McClellan did not send his telegram to Lincoln at noon on September 13th, it meant the entire timeline of events required re-examination. Not only did McClellan not lose 18 hours digesting what he had learned, the evidence now showed that he may have responded to the situation with uncharacteristic vigor. Timothy J. Reese, a resident of Burkittsville, Maryland, and specialist on the Battle of Crampton's Gap, recognized the implications of Dow's find, mentioning it for the first time in a brief collection of essays on the Maryland Independent Offensive Command, and guaranteed him reserves plus reinforcements upon demand. McClellan thereby banked on the ability of a highly perceptive confidant to comprehend and seize the moment. In this, he ironically mirrored the relationship common to Lee and Jackson. In the end, Franklin did not rise to the occasion, but neither did Little Mac make most of his opportunity, declared Reese. Granting Franklin the freedom to advance as he chose plainly overreached Franklin's intellect and activity, and by not traveling to the 6th Corps to personally direct Franklin's offensive, McClellan also overreached his own. This may be well, but the missing portion of the 6:20 p.m. orders discussed by Reese at least cast McClellan's September 13th activities in a new light, demonstrating that he responded forcefully to the information he had learned from reading Special Orders number 191. With the publication of Harsh's study, Dow's revelation, and Rees's analysis, the major pieces fell into place for a comprehensive revision of McClellan's handling of the lost orders. D. Scott Hartwig made an effort to provide this in his 2012 book, To Antietam Creek, The Maryland Campaign of September 1862. Incorporating the information that McClellan had sent his trophies telegram to Lincoln at 12 midnight on September 13th, Hartwig described how the errant copy of Special Orders No. 191 could not have reached Little Mac until afternoon. Details of timing now became critically important. Surmising that the lost orders, if found before noon per the long-acknowledged timeline, did not reach Army headquarters until sometime later, Hartwig concluded it was more likely that the courier sent by General Alpheus Williams delivered the orders to Marcy or Seth Williams, both members of McClellan's staff, and they may not have had the opportunity to show it to McClellan until nearly mid-afternoon. Continuing a trend of integrating material from the Confederate side of the story first started by Sears, Hartwig also included the claim voiced by Robert E. Lee in 1868 that when the orders reached McClellan, he blurted out, "Now I know what to do," in front of a local secessionist sympathizer. This man, continued Hartwig, then reported the information to Jeb Stuart, who sent word of it to Lee late on September 13th. Allowing the rebel general to bring Longstreet's command back to South Mountain in time to hold off McClellan's assault. The problems that exist with Lee's recollection of the events more than 5 years after they occurred will be dealt with later in this book. At this point, it is important to note Hartwig's observation that within only 1 or 2 hours of receiving SO No. 191, and perhaps even earlier, McClellan sent orders for the 9th Corps divisions of Orlando B. Wilcox and Samuel Sturgis to march on Middletown Valley and support the division under Jacob Cox that was already there. Aggressively pushing troops forward in pursuit of a two-pronged offensive against the South Mountain gaps, even if McClellan's plan for September 14th had some shortcomings, it was still an offensive and represented a dramatic change from the excessive caution of previous campaigns, concluded Hartwig. With the publication of To Antietam Creek, it appeared that the rehabilitation of George B. McClellan's handling of the lost orders had begun in earnest. Beginning with Harsh and continuing through Hartwig, modern studies of McClellan's handling of Lee's orders have incorporated increasingly finer details on the Army of the Potomac's operations in an effort to better understand the history of the Maryland campaign. As a result, scholars have documented McClellan's effort to push Franklin toward Crampton's Gap. They have shown that blame for the surrender of Harper's Ferry fell more on Dixon Miles than on Little Mac, and they have challenged the timing of incidents like the transmission of the trophies telegram to President Lincoln. But what of the accusation first leveled by Henry Halleck that McClellan advanced too slowly to rescue Harper's Ferry? Stephen Stottlemyre, a licensed battlefield guide and admirer of Joseph Harsh, addressed this subject in a re-evaluation of McClellan's generalship published in 2019. Examining multiple unit histories, Stottlemyre documented how, on September 11th, the Kanawha Division marched from Goshen through the hamlet of Damascus to Ridgeville, Maryland, a distance of 10 to 12 miles. He then showed that on the next day, the same division marched from Ridgeville to Frederick, a distance of at least 12 miles. This brought the total distance for 2 days to between 22 and 24 miles. Also, on September 9th, the 16th Connecticut marched 19 miles, and on the 12th tramped 14 miles more, and on September 11th, the 50th Pennsylvania marched 15 miles, and 10 miles the day after. Thus, concluded Stottlemyre, Henry Halleck's comment that McClellan's army marched only 6 miles per day was not only biased but myopic in scope. Nonetheless, the partisan report of the Harper's Ferry Commission had become the official source supporting the popular myth of the slow McClellan in the Maryland campaign. Little Mac did not have the slows, as Lincoln styled it. The general's Ninth Corps troops had actually advanced at a speedier pace than anyone had imagined. There is one additional development worth noting in relation to newer interpretations of McClellan's handling of the lost orders. This concerns the significance of learning what the orders contained within the grand sweep of the Maryland campaign. As researchers from Harsh to Stottlemyre increasingly put context around the subject, a growing number of them reached the conclusion that, contrary to Stephen Sears' oft-repeated claim about the importance of the event, the discovery of Special Orders No. 191 did not amount to particularly much. Stottlemyre summed up this thinking as follows. The information in the lost orders did not materially affect the movements of the Union Army on September 13th, and it was those movements that logistically set the stage for the Battle of South Mountain on September 14th. The fact that finding the lost orders coincided with these movements is what makes it such a spinnable yarn, as Harsh put it. Once he contacted Stuart's cavalry at Hagen's Gap early on the morning of September 13th, Pleasanton was following orders by chasing the Confederates through the Middletown Valley to the foot of South Mountain. Had Mitchell or Bloss used the lost orders to light the cigars and smoke them, the operational situation in the Middletown Valley would not have changed at all. Ironically, if the lost orders had any effect at all, it was to prompt a bit more caution and prudence on the Union leaders who knew about them. Finding them may have slowed McClellan's advance rather than sped it up. Mark Grimsley, an historian at Ohio State University, agreed with Stottlemyre that reading the lost orders had an unexpectedly negative impact on McClellan's thinking about how to get at Lee's army in western Maryland. The standard version of the story concerning the discovery of the lost orders by soldiers with the 27th Indiana is an interpretive trap, argued Grimsley, because the story is unsatisfactory unless McClellan used the order to secure a major advantage. But was that the case? And did it substantially alter what McClellan would have done had he not got hold of Special Orders No. 191? Harkening back to the critique offered by Draper in the late 1860s, Grimsley claimed that McClellan ought to have known what to do already on September 13th when he read the Confederate orders, that being to relieve Harper's Ferry as quickly as possible. However, thanks to the information he learned from the orders, the Federal commander instead lunged at the detached and weakened main body of Lee's army at Boonesboro without sending William Franklin reinforcements. Doing so had three outcomes, according to Grimsley. It sealed the fate of Harper's Ferry, it enabled Lee to defend the gaps near Boonesboro, and it provided the time Lee needed to concentrate his army around Sharpsburg, resulting in the fight there on September 17th. Had McClellan concentrated on rescuing Harper's Ferry, contended Grimsley, Lee would have abandoned the Maryland campaign then and there without staying to fight. Thus the finding of the lost order arguably worked to the detriment of McClellan's plans. But the story's entrenchment in the American Iliad ensures that it will ever be told in the more poetic way. From being considered a potentially war-ending opportunity to becoming little more than a distraction, the tale of the lost orders has twisted in new and unexpected directions. Historical examinations of the subject have, in recent years, become more detailed than ever, and yet an interpretational consensus on the importance of the orders to the history of the Maryland campaign remains elusive. Even determining the hour when the lost orders reached McClellan continues to raise debate. Within 2 years after Maurice Dow announced finding the 12 midnight copy of the Trophy's telegram that McClellan sent to President Lincoln, descendants of Colonel Samuel E. Pittman, The officer on General Alpheus Williams's staff who verified the authenticity of Confederate Colonel Robert Chilton's signature on the lost orders donated Pittman's papers to Williams College in Massachusetts. This new collection contained letters written to and from Pittman and others by Ezra Carman of the Antietam Battlefield Board, and several of those missives described how the lost orders traveled from 12th Corps headquarters to McClellan on September 13, 1862. One of these correspondents, a colonel from Indiana named Nathan Kimball, wrote to Carman that he had personally delivered Special Orders number 191 to McClellan, and that the time he handed the orders to the general was not later than 9:30 a.m. However, in his reply to Carman, dated May 24, 1897, Pittman could not confirm if Kimball had indeed been the man selected by General Williams to deliver the orders to Little Mac. From what General Kimball writes you, it would appear that the paper never came into either General Williams' hands or mine, puzzled Pittman. Some strange mist must have clouded General Kimball's memory. His cloudy recollection notwithstanding, Pittman assured Carman concerning the time when he handed the lost orders. "I thought the hour earlier than noon, and from 9 to 10 a.m. has always been in my memory." This echoed more exactly the first occasion when Pittman had replied to Carman on May 7, 1897, to say the time General Williams forwarded the lost orders to McClellan was somewhat earlier than noon. It certainly could not have been later. Two key participants in the story of the lost orders appeared to validate the claim that Little Mac had received the document before noon on September 13th, and therefore that the general had more than enough time to write his trophies telegram. Carman, however, saw inconsistencies in Kimball's tale that did not match the other information he possessed, leading him in the end not to buy it. I confess that I was somewhat surprised at Kimball's assertion that he handed the lost dispatch to McClellan in person and made no reference to General Williams and yourself, Carman wrote to Pittman in May 1897. He, Kimball, is a very old man, in failing health and liable, as you say, to be a little misty in his recollections. If this review of the literature surrounding George McClellan's handling of the lost orders demonstrates anything, it is that the smearing of the general's reputation first undertaken by Henry Halleck in autumn 1862 morphed into a full-blown character assassination by William Swinton soon after McClellan declared for president in late 1863. McClellan also did himself no favors by alienating powerful people in the Army, the administration, and in Congress, both while and after he commanded the Army of the Potomac. Leaving behind a trail of enemies only too happy to see him ruined, Little Mac soon found himself in the unenviable position of defending his performance against a backdrop of escalating bloodshed. His conservative approach to waging the war had borne no fruit, and now, well after he had shed his uniform, McClellan paid the price for challenging a national leader vindicated by battlefield victories paid for in blood. Lincoln's assassination then transformed the late president into a secular martyr, offering McClellan no realistic chance of defending his record. Persuading anyone to question the policies of a sainted president proved to be an insurmountable task. Returning specifically to the lost orders, most of those writings about the subject have continued to perpetuate the derogatory wartime depiction of McClellan first peddled by Halleck and Swinton. There are many reasons for this. Some writers have without reflection or curiosity told the story as received. If Lincoln said McClellan had the slows, then they accept it must have been the case. Others seem to possess an irrational anti-McClellan animus, seeking for some undisclosed reason to harm the general's reputation in every way possible. Although there are a few voices calling for a more favorable treatment of McClellan, they have remained lost in the wilderness until the last 20 years. Their attempts to produce more objective studies of the general's record, particularly as it pertained to the lost orders, have proven more durable than earlier efforts, but in the process they have split the field in two. Stephen Sears and those who agree with him continue to defend the orthodox interpretation of McClellan responding slowly to the potentially war-winning intelligence in Special Orders No. 191. Others, influenced by Joseph Harsh, challenge the time when McClellan received Lee's orders and minimize the benefit that reading the orders bestowed to the Federal commander. The reading and viewing public, meanwhile, arguably as important to historical memory of the events as the writers seeking to shape that memory, continues to see the subject from the perspective first promoted by Swinton and defended for so long by Sears. The figure of a dawdling Little Mac even appeared in the award-winning Civil War documentary produced by Ken Burns in 1990, and it featured in the film shown for decades at the Antietam National Battlefield Visitors Center, introducing guests to the Maryland campaign. To these many thousands of viewers and readers, George McClellan remains the incompetent, timid, slow general who frittered away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to crush his opponent when he was most vulnerable. This interpretation persists despite being false, and it is to proving just how incorrect it is that this study is dedicated. Chapter 2. What McClellan Knew. Harper's Ferry and the Army of the Potomac's advance to Frederick, Maryland. Any thorough analysis of George McClellan's actions on September 13, 1862, particularly those connected with the fate of the Union garrison at Harper's Ferry, must take three things into account: what the general knew of the rebel army's movements before he read Special Orders No. 191, what steps he took in response to that information, and what the worn-down and defeated forces handed to him 11 days earlier were capable of accomplishing by that date. Taking the last subject first, on the morning of September 2nd, General McClellan, at that point without a formal command, found himself surprised at his home in Washington by an impromptu visit from President Lincoln and Army General-in-Chief Henry Halleck. Of this meeting, McClellan later recalled, "The President informed me that our affairs were in a bad condition, that the Army was in full retreat upon the defenses of Washington, the roads filled with stragglers, etc. He instructed me to take steps at once to stop and collect the stragglers, to place the works in a proper state of defense, and to go out and meet and take command of the Army when it approached the vicinity of the works. Then to place the troops in the best position, committing everything to my hands." Initially, McClellan appears to have rejoiced at this return to prominence, writing to his wife, "Everything has come under my command again." And yet to this statement he added, "It is a terrible and thankless task," suggesting he knew well the tremendous difficulty of the position into which he had been placed. Caught in the twilight zone between commanding troops to defend the capital, but not authorized to take men into the field, the general went immediately to work consolidating, reorganizing, and resupplying the forces he had at hand, including his own Army of the Potomac, John Pope's Army of Virginia, Ambrose Burnside's command from the North Carolina coast, Jacob Cox's Kanawha Division from Western Virginia, and tens of thousands of raw recruits that had been organized into regiments, but which had not yet been trained or received permanent assignments. It is no exaggeration to say that McClellan faced a monumental task. Expected by the President to reconstitute a viable field army as rapidly as possible, and then, as of September 7th, to conduct a vigorous campaign against the victorious enemy, Little Mac found the various units he inherited in dreadful condition. Hard marching, critical supply disruptions, and bad management during the disastrous Second Bull Run campaign had left most Union veterans dejected and jaded. John M. Gould of the 10th Maine attested to the depth of the morale problem as his regiment returned to the Washington fortifications. "We had been starved till we were sick and brutish," wrote Gould, "chafed and raw from lice and rough clothing. We were footsore and lame. There was hardly a man of us who was not afflicted with the diarrhea. We had filled our clothes with dust and perspiration till they were all but rotten. Our blood was thin and heated, and now this fierce north wind searched our very marrow. We had been out-generaled and driven behind the defenses of Washington. We were demoralized and discouraged. It was the darkest day and the darkest hour in our regimental history." McClellan's reappearance on the scene changed much of this for men disheartened by recent events. As the troops coming into the city's defenses quickly found themselves transferred to his command, word of McClellan's return spread rapidly, leading even those who had not previously served in the Army of the Potomac to openly celebrate his return. George Kimball of the 12th Massachusetts Volunteers recalled, for example, that at the end of the retreat from Bull Run, his men lay scattered about in groups, discussing the events of their ill-starred campaign, when suddenly a mounted officer, dashing past our bivouac, reined up enough to shout, "Little Mac is back here on the road, boys." Elation promptly followed, wrote Kimball, and from extreme sadness we passed in a twinkling to a delirium of delight. A deliverer had come. A real rainbow of promise had appeared suddenly in the dark political sky. The sudden, even miraculous recovery of morale among Union troops proved both heartening and perplexing to observers outside of the Army. A columnist with the Washington Evening Star covering military matters endeavored to explain to the public what he had witnessed in an article published on September 4th. Writing that despite the reverses McClellan had suffered in Virginia, the men attribute his failure to other causes than that of not being an efficient and able general. They believe also, the correspondent continued, that the enemy fears him more than any other general in the field. They have faith in him, and in no one else, whatever may be the opinion of politicians. Their recent experience and the apparent design of the government to set him aside has increased their faith, and what was before enthusiasm has now become almost devotion and man-worship. President Lincoln surely hoped that returning McClellan to command would improve morale, and indeed it did. But remedying the Army's dire physical condition remained a difficult and even more pressing challenge. As John Gould recalled in his narrative on September 3rd, "Famished as we were, and though in sight of the dome of the Capitol, we received no rations during the entire day. When the sun went down on our regiment, we were as thoroughly discouraged as ever we were." Few men wearing a blue uniform would get the opportunity to rest at this moment of supreme national crisis. With Robert E. Lee's army threatening to enter Maryland, it became imperative that McClellan shore up the capital city's northern defenses before he could contemplate taking any further steps. On September 3rd, therefore, he moved the 2nd, 12th, and elements of the 9th Corps across the Potomac River to take up defensive positions above Washington. The men in these commands marched without rest until they reached their destinations, a fact that further added to their discomfort. Major William Child, a surgeon with the 5th New Hampshire and the 2nd Corps, participated in this movement, writing that when he and his comrades finally halted, they were without rations and had had nothing to eat for 3 or 4 days. That night they begged for food from homes in nearby Tenallytown and even approached members of the Irish Brigade for a few leftover loaves of bread that they possessed. Only by September 6th did conditions for these leading regiments finally begin to improve, with Gould noting in his diary, "Rations still scarce, but we are by no means starving now." At the same time he shifted troops north, McClellan also began integrating dozens of newly raised regiments into the Army. These troops came to Washington in response to Lincoln's call for an additional 300,000 soldiers back in July. Each new regiment averaged 900 men, and as of the day McClellan took command, 43 of them had already reached the city. None of them had been in service for more than 4 weeks, and few received more than rudimentary training because most of their time in uniform so far had been spent traveling to the front from their muster locations up north. The experience of the 125th Pennsylvania is instructive here. Assembled in Harrisburg on August 16th and placed under the command of Mexican War veteran Colonel Jacob Higgins, these men from the central part of the state entered the Washington fortifications at the end of August, just in time to witness the disheartening flood of troops returning from the disaster at Second Bull Run. Some of the men in Higgins' command had been members of military organizations of the Commonwealth before the rebellion, while others had been in the late 3-month service, but the great majority of its members had no previous military experience. Clad in clean uniforms with shiny brass buttons and spotless caps, these fresh recruits watched in mortification as the mud and blood-spattered veterans of the shattered Army of Virginia flowed past. "My God, shall we ever look like that?" declared one witness of the terrible sight, voicing the horror echoed by Sheldon Thorp of the Green 15th, Connecticut. Alas, what a revelation! Could these blackened, bearded, tattered, begrimed veterans who swooped down on the slop barrels of the cookhouses like a wolf in the fold, greedily clutching the contents in their hands and cups and ravenously devouring scraps of soft bread and fresh beef, could these blackened and in many cases wounded men, shoeless, hatless, blanketless, be the Army of the Union? Could these officers with dusty and battered equipment, scarcely a badge of rank discernible, weary and footsore, be their commanders? Where was all the pomp and panoply of war? But so it was. Humiliating as was the sight, it was none other than the torn and broken columns of Pope, fresh from the disaster at Bull Run, and now on swift march to withstand the invasion of Maryland. Shock and dismay shaped the experience of men new to the Army, a difficult situation made worse by the disdain that many Army of the Potomac veterans expressed for their reinforcements. "The fresh troops are worse than useless," wrote Edgar Newcomb of the grizzled 19th Massachusetts, another regiment in the 2nd Corps. "They don't know how to fight, and the shadow of an enemy makes them run. No reliance whatever is put in them, and though doubtless in time they will become veterans, they are now only fit to garrison the forts about Washington. The contempt of our men for these gingerbread soldiers is as amusing as it is intense." McClellan required their services in the field immediately, however, so garrison duty would not be the fate for many of these raw troops. Such was the desperation of the moment that 23,740 of these inexperienced men marched with McClellan against the Army of Northern Virginia during the Maryland campaign, amounting to some 20% of his attacking force. Most of these same raw troops fought at South Mountain and Antietam before they had even learned how to properly fire their muskets or follow combat commands from their officers. In addition to dealing with vast numbers of inexperienced infantry, McClellan also entered the campaign in Maryland with virtually no cavalry, a fact overlooked by most studies. The rush to supply Pope's army with reinforcements before its fight at Bull Run had forced Colonel Rufus Ingalls, the chief quartermaster of the Army of the Potomac, to make difficult logistical decisions. In order to get the most fighting men to Pope from the James River Peninsula as quickly as possible, Ingalls sent infantry before cavalry, and even these foot soldiers arrived without animals to haul supplies, move artillery, or mount officers. Shipping cavalry and pack animals last meant that mounted units only began landing in squads, companies, and battalions on August 30th. When General McClellan assumed command of the Washington defenses on September 2nd, portions of just 4 cavalry regiments had reached the vicinity of Washington, with another 9 regiments still en route from the peninsula. As fast as each unit arrived, McClellan hurried it across the Potomac to the fords near Poolesville to watch and impede the enemy in any attempt to cross in that vicinity. Some regiments would be slow in coming up, too, with the last of the Army of the Potomac's cavalry arriving in Washington only on September 8th. The dearth of mounted units created a material weakness in the Army of the Potomac that left McClellan with a serious lack of troopers for scouting, screening, and intelligence gathering in the first half of the campaign. Turning to the matter of Harper's Ferry, McClellan found time to recommend the garrison's evacuation, despite shouldering the immense command and logistical burden of assimilating three armies into one, and the fact that he bore no responsibility for the garrison at the time. The evidence documenting this is clear, notwithstanding the petty accusation leveled by William Swinton that McClellan initially ignored the garrison's fate, claiming, "There is no doubt that the moment Lee crossed the Potomac, the forces at Harper's Ferry were placed in a false position and should have been promptly withdrawn." Swinton pontificated in the heat of the 1864 presidential election that we find no recommendation to this effect by General McClellan during the period in which it was possible to carry it out. This statement by Swinton amounted to little more than an outright lie, made worse by the fact that he failed to mention the responsibility for Colonel Miles' garrison belonged to Major General John E. Wool of the Middle Department's 8th Corps, not to George McClellan. Wool, who also outranked McClellan, reported directly to Henry Halleck. McClellan first recommended the evacuation of Harper's Ferry after an inquiry made by Secretary of State William H. Seward into the safety of the garrison. Seward had returned to Washington from New York City late on September 3rd and proceeded immediately to the soldiers' home north of the city to consult with Lincoln about what occurred in his absence. We do not know what Seward learned that night, or throughout the next day, but the isolation of the Harper's Ferry garrison appears to have greatly concerned him. Already on September 4th, a Washington area journalist had reported that the rebels are making a demonstration up the river, and that some of them have already reached Leesburg. He further added that Winchester has been evacuated, the rebels having appeared in force in the valley. Reports like these caused great concern in the capital city because the roughly 14,000 infantry, artillery, and cavalry under Colonel Dixon S. Miles occupied Harper's Ferry between Winchester and the Army of Northern Virginia at Leesburg. Short-term men whose 3 to 6 month terms were about to expire, and raw troops sent to the ferry only a week earlier to learn the basics of soldiering, made up about half of Miles' command, meaning, in effect, that Miles commanded only a marginally capable combat force, especially if circumstances forced it to face the veteran ranks of Lee's army. Seward understood the precariousness of Miles' situation, which prompted him to make an impromptu call on McClellan, whose headquarters sat adjacent to his house in Washington. During this visit, Seward asked McClellan his opinion of the condition of affairs at Harper's Ferry, remarking that he was not at ease on the subject. Little Mac replied that while he did not exercise any control over the garrison, he regarded the arrangements there as exceedingly dangerous, and that, in his opinion, the proper course was to abandon the position and unite the garrison to the main army of operations. The general's thoughts on the matter so impressed Seward that he asked McClellan to visit Halleck at that very moment to discuss the subject. The two men roused the general-in-chief from his bed so that McClellan, at Seward's urging, could tell Halleck his opinion. Halleck received my statement with ill-conceived contempt, recalled McClellan, arguing everything was all right as it was, that my views were entirely erroneous, etc., and soon bowed us out, leaving matters at Harper's Ferry precisely as they were. The available evidence suggests that this exchange occurred on the night of September 4th, one day before Halleck sent a telegram to Major General Wool in Baltimore declaring, "I find it impossible to get this army into the field again in large force for a day or two. In the meantime, Harper's Ferry may be attacked and overwhelmed. I leave all dispositions there to your experience and local knowledge. I beg leave, however, to suggest the propriety of withdrawing all our forces in that vicinity to Maryland Heights. I have no personal knowledge of the ground and merely make the suggestion to you." The tactical recommendation offered by Halleck makes this telegram of special interest, because it repeated almost verbatim a suggestion offered by McClellan for saving the Federal garrison. Noting in his official campaign report from October 1862, "Before I left Washington, while it was yet time, I recommended to the proper authorities that the garrison of Harper's Ferry should be withdrawn via Hagerstown to aid in covering the Cumberland Valley, or that, taking up the pontoon bridge and obstructing the railroad bridge, it should fall back to the Maryland Heights and hold its own to the last." Then, in a statement he made before the Joint Committee on the Conduct of the War in early March 1863, McClellan specified for a second time, "Some days before I left Washington, I recommended that the garrison at Harper's Ferry should either be withdrawn entirely or withdrawn to Maryland Heights." Although Halleck rebuffed McClellan, he nevertheless appears to have taken the general's counsel and wired it to Wool. McClellan, after all, knew the ground around the ferry immediately and could offer expert guidance, while Halleck admitted he knew nothing of it. And if he knew nothing, it seems highly unlikely he would have suggested Miles move his command to Maryland Heights without hearing the idea from someone else. On this final point we can only speculate, but it could be that animosity toward McClellan may have prevented Halleck from openly accepting the general's advice as far as Colonel Miles was concerned. General Wool, in the interim, wired Miles on September 5th to say he should not abandon Harper's Ferry without defending it to the last extremity, making a fateful decision that Henry Halleck fully endorsed, even though it ended up sealing the garrison's fate. Unable to convince Halleck to take more decisive action to save Miles' command, McClellan returned to preparing the army for the upcoming campaign. From September 6th to September 10th, while Lee rested his men around Frederick, Little Mac consolidated his forces, digested intelligence reports on rebel positions, and pushed columns into Maryland to blunt any possible Confederate advance on Washington or Baltimore. Typically overlooked in studies of the Maryland campaign, and certainly not taken into account by Halleck when he uttered his 6 miles per day comment, is the fact that most of McClellan's troops were still in Virginia at the outset of the campaign. This situation forced them to make long, tedious marches to the new front line in Maryland. Halleck's claim about slow marching appears to have come from a review of only the movements of McClellan's center column after it had arrived in Maryland. This is what makes the General-in-Chief's comment so misleading. By September 5th, the center wing of Edwin Vaux Sumner's 2nd Corps and Alpheus Williams' 12th Corps had already marched 35 to 41 miles practically nonstop from Centerville, Virginia, to beyond Rockville, Maryland. But since most Maryland campaign studies only began on the 5th, the grueling marches of the previous days are ignored. The shorter marches of Sumner's and Williams' men from Rockville to Hyattstown are counted instead as the campaign's beginning, and it is these marches that totaled only 13 miles over 5 days. Even this slower pace must be studied carefully, however, because McClellan considered the center wing his army's main column, and he purposely measured its advance to allow the rest of the army, especially the 9th and 1st Corps under Ambrose Burnside and William Franklin's 6th Corps, to catch up and take position on either flank. Securing the flanks is a textbook military decision that any competent commander would have made under the same circumstances, especially when that commander does not know the enemy's intentions. Not only did Major General J.E.B. Stuart's cavalry spread false information stating that Baltimore was their intended target, leading Federal officials also feared an advance by Lee toward that city, which would have put the Army of Northern Virginia on McClellan's right flank. For a senior officer allegedly as intelligent as Old Brains Halleck to have condemned McClellan for not advancing rapidly under these circumstances makes the General-in-Chief's comment highly suspicious. After the Army's new center wing reached Rockville, McClellan rushed 9 new regiments of infantry to its support. 5 of these regiments joined the 12th Corps, while 4 went to the 2nd Corps. Unaccustomed to hard marching, these raw recruits tramped 15 to 20 miles on their first day of campaigning. During their march, many of the Green troops were prostrated with sunstroke and stretched along the highway, wrote one of these new soldiers. Another from the 14th Connecticut Volunteers recalled the despair of a death in their ranks from fatigue. Just as the regiment turned into company streets at the Rockville camp, James McVeigh of Company K, an old man, died of exhaustion incident of the day's march. He had 2 sons in the same company who wailed bitterly, touching the hearts of all who beheld their grief. Although these 9,000 new men were now part of the center wing, the disingenuous Halleck left their hard, and for a few individuals terminal marching out of his calculations. Regarding the Army's left wing, comprised of the 6th Corps under William Buell Franklin and the 4th Corps Infantry Division of Darius Couch, it took position covering the Potomac River crossing points near Poolesville in case the Army should need them, or in the event that the Confederate forces thought to be lurking in Virginia attempted a flanking movement against the Army of the Potomac's left and rear. Couch crossed his men into Maryland on September 5th. Working his way up the left bank of the Potomac to Poolesville, he left half of his force scattered in regimental detachments to guard fords along the route. Franklin's corps also did not enter Maryland until it left the outskirts of Alexandria, Virginia, on a night march on September 6th. In the 4 days from after dark on September 6th to September 10th, these men marched 41 miles to Barnesville, Maryland, where the column came under artillery fire from a detachment of Colonel Thomas Munford's Confederate cavalry at the base of Sugarloaf Mountain. At the same time that Franklin and Couch advanced, McClellan formed an Army right wing out of Irwin McDowell's 3rd Corps, Army of Virginia, and Burnside's recently formed 9th Corps. Replacing McDowell with Joseph Hooker after the latter had been relieved from command in John Pope's now-defunct Army of Virginia, McClellan returned the corps to its original designation as 1st Corps, Army of the Potomac. Burnside then assumed command of this new wing, an assignment officially acknowledged in writing on September 14th. Major General Jesse Reno, another veteran from the Army of Virginia, subsequently replaced Burnside as commander of the 9th Corps in accordance with a direct order from President Lincoln. To Reno's 3 divisions, McClellan also added the Kanawha Division, a unit filled with veteran Ohio troops under Jacob Dolson Cox that had recently arrived from Western Virginia. As reports of the rebel army entering Maryland in strength continued to arrive on September 7th, McClellan ordered Burnside to gather his wing and march north to threaten the flank of any Confederate force that might advance down the National Pike toward Baltimore. Robert E. Lee never planned such a movement, but as was mentioned previously, the public and many in the Army feared that the rebel general had the city in its sights. Accordingly, McClellan took no chances. Unaware of Lee's objectives, but awake to the possibility that he could indeed target Baltimore, McClellan wisely ordered Burnside north. Reality, however, soon impeded the right-wing commander's ability to fulfill his orders as Reno found his 9th Corps division scattered across northern Virginia. 2 divisions remained in position near Alexandria, while one camped at Upton's Hill in Arlington, and a 4th even occupied Fredericksburg. All of these divisions eventually united north of Washington by September 7th, where they proceeded to the vicinity of the Upper Patuxent River, but reaching their destination had required that they march 30 to 40 miles from their various positions south of the Potomac. Joseph Hooker faced a similar situation too, marching the men of his 1st Corps 33 miles from the vicinity of Bailey's Crossroads, Virginia, to Mechanicsville, Maryland. These marches through the dense camps outside Washington and the crowded streets of the city itself took a heavy toll on the men. Hooker's troops, for instance, started their brutal trek north shortly before midnight on September 6th and kept going all through the night without a stop. As one soldier from Cortland, New York recalled, "When morning came, we thought we would halt and rest, but we did not. The day was very hot and the dust 4 inches deep. The word was always forward, forward. During the whole day, we did not stop long enough to take a real meal or make a cup of coffee. We did not halt until 7 p.m., having marched 24 hours. Colonel William Rogers, commanding the 21st New York, another 1st Corps regiment, remembered this march as one of the most fatiguing and harassing of the campaign. Finding the road to Washington blocked with trains, which made our march a very tedious and disagreeable one, Rogers' regiment crossed the Aqueduct Bridge before plodding through Georgetown and Washington about daylight on Sunday morning, and, turning into 7th Street, took the road to Leesboro, Maryland, which place we reached the following day. Making matters worse, Hooker's men found no rations waiting for them when they finally reached their destination. Why were we started so abruptly upon this march without rations and not followed immediately by a supply train? Puzzled an incredulous member of James Ricketts' division. Forced to seek help from the local inhabitants or gather what they could from nearby cornfields, Hooker's troops did the best they could to supply themselves. For his part, McClellan took command of the reconstituted Army of the Potomac in the field on September 7th, leaving Washington that same evening with his staff. Riding 15 miles to Rockville, Maryland, the general established his new headquarters with his army still in significant disarray. Brigadier General George Sykes' division of U.S. Army Regulars serves as a case in point. It also marched to Rockville from Tenallytown on September 7th, but whereas the division officially belonged to the Army's 5th Corps, the leadership of that corps remained unfilled thanks to controversy surrounding the role of Fitz John Porter in allegedly undermining the Second Bull Run campaign of John Pope. In the meantime, 2 other divisions of 5th Corps troops, those under George Morrell and Andrew Humphreys, stayed in the Washington fortifications in case a rebel attack on the city developed in northern Virginia. Samuel P. Heinzelman's 3rd Corps and Franz Siegel's 11th Corps, along with unsigned new regiments and heavy artillery units, joined these men under the overall command of Major General Nathaniel P. Banks. By September 10th, George McClellan would count approximately 86,000 men as his effective offensive force to confront Lee, while 73,000 or so remained behind to defend Washington against any surprise attack the Confederates might muster. McClellan also received the remaining portion of his missing cavalry on that day, putting some 12 regiments in front of the army to scout for the enemy. 1 week after he had assumed command of the Washington defenses, and 3 days after he took command of the Federal Field Army, McClellan finally had eyes on the Confederates. With a substantial force now at hand, new units coming up, secure lines of supply forming, and his cavalry out in front, McClellan revisited the Harper's Ferry situation with Halleck. Penning a second request for the garrison's evacuation on September 10th, even though he still bore no official responsibility for its safety, Little Mac wrote, "I would advise that the force of Colonel Miles at Harper's Ferry, where it can be of but little use and is continually exposed to be cut off by the enemy, be immediately ordered here." Shortly afterward, McClellan rode 10 miles north to consult with Burnside at Brookville before returning to Rockville at 3 a.m. that same night. McClellan communicated his request for a 3rd time the next morning, writing from his headquarters at 9:45 a.m., "Colonel Miles is at or near Harper's Ferry, as I understand, with 9,000 troops. He can do nothing where he is, but could be of great service if ordered to join me. I suggest that he be ordered to join me by the most practicable route." Yet, for reasons that remain a mystery, Halleck stubbornly refused to move Miles' men or to place Miles under McClellan's command. Responding on September 11th, "There is no way for Colonel Miles to join you at present," Halleck claimed. "His only chance is to defend his works till you can open communication with him." Once McClellan had done so, Halleck assured him, in a case of doing too little too late, Miles will be subject to your orders. Consequently, on the afternoon of September 11th, with Miles still dangerously isolated, McClellan started northwest to Middleburg. The following morning, Colonel David Hunter Strother, a topographer from Martinsburg, West Virginia, who had recently joined McClellan's staff, recorded in his diary, "Tents struck at 8 o'clock and the staff took the road early." Riding along the Georgetown Pike, McClellan stopped to visit a resident of Clarksburg at 9:30 a.m. before updating Halleck with the latest intelligence some 30 minutes later. "My columns are pushing on rapidly to Frederick," he wrote. "I feel perfectly confident that the enemy has abandoned Frederick, moving in two directions, viz., on the Hagerstown and Harper's Ferry roads." McClellan added that the latest information from Burnside's command indicated 4 regiments of cavalry and 6 pieces of artillery under the Confederate General Fitzhugh Lee had shifted north from Newmarket to Liberty, Maryland, with Federal cavalry in pursuit. McClellan's knowledge of the rebel departure from Frederick originated in a message he had received from Pennsylvania Governor Andrew Curtin at 8 p.m. on September 11th. "We have advices that enemy broke up whole encampment at Frederick yesterday morning, 3 o'clock, and marched in direction of Hagerstown with over 300 pieces of artillery, large bodies of infantry and cavalry, Stonewall Jackson leading," wrote the governor. Adding incorrectly that Jackson is now in Hagerstown, Curtin explained that the man who gives information said rebel army marching 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. yesterday out of their camps at Frederick. Men all believed they were going to Pennsylvania. The governor's message echoed information coming in from other sources as well, one of those being Brigadier General Jacob Cox, the commander of the Kanawha Division in Jesse Reno's 9th Corps. Notifying McClellan on the evening of September 11th that a newly arrived informant from Frederick City reports place evacuated by the rebels except pickets, Cox explained. "There is no force but cavalry pickets of small numbers anywhere on the road between Frederick and Ridgeville. Saw only 30 or 40 cavalry at Newmarket." Informant dodged their pickets through the woods. His report is confirmed by several partial accounts received by me from citizens in the neighborhood, and I think it reliable. The rebels in leaving Frederick are reported to have gone on the Hagerstown Road. The 10 a.m. dispatch sent by McClellan on September 12th reveals that confusion never clouded the general's knowledge of the enemy. Contrary to decades of erroneous claims to the contrary, McClellan had a sound grasp of Lee's movements within hours of their occurrence. Less than 1 day after the Army of Northern Virginia had left Frederick City, McClellan knew not only that it had gone, he also knew the direction that its columns had taken, even though the information he received concerning one of those routes, that is, down the Harper's Ferry Road from Frederick, proved to be only partially correct. As for McClellan's claim that his own columns were pushing on rapidly to Frederick, the evidence shows them doing exactly that. Already by 10 p.m. on September 11th, McClellan responded to the news of Lee's movement by ordering Burnside to advance tomorrow if possible to Frederick and occupy it, requiring a march of between 15 and 20 miles from the 9th Corps' positions near Damascus and Ridgeville. Little Mac simultaneously instructed Edwin Sumner's wing and William Franklin's 6th Corps to converge on Urbana, located some 7 miles southeast of Frederick. Accounts of the marching done by various regiments with the Ninth Corps demonstrate the celerity with which the Army of the Potomac's vanguard advanced to Frederick, even before Robert E. Lee found it less than convenient. Historians have long cited an unfortunate comment made by McClellan in his Maryland campaign report as evidence that the general did not advance rapidly enough to meet the Confederate threat. Writing that until September 10th he had not imposed long marches on his columns due to the absolute necessity of refitting and giving some little rest to troops worn down by previous long-continued marching and severe fighting, McClellan added, together with the uncertainty as to the actual position, strength, and intentions of the enemy, circumstances rendered it incumbent upon me to move slowly and cautiously until the headquarters reached Urbana. These words, reflecting a modesty on McClellan's part for which he is never given credit, did the general and his army a great disservice, because the evidence indicates clearly and irrefutably that the location of his troops in Virginia following Second Bull Run required McClellan to march his men as far as 40 miles during the first few days of the Maryland campaign. The general then slowed the advance of his center wing from September 7th to 10th to allow for other columns to cover the Potomac River crossing points on his left flank and block the route to Baltimore on his right. Typically overlooked in the general's report is his comment that the men given to him at the outset of the campaign had been worn down by previous long-continued marching. These words accurately reflected the Army's condition as its various portions moved out to confront Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. Once he had accomplished his initial objective of ensuring the safety of Baltimore and Washington, and once he had given the fatigued divisions of his army's center wing a brief opportunity to rest and allowed time for new marched around 30 miles in 2 days to reach Frederick from the vicinity of Brookville. Hooker's First Corps also marched 25 miles from the vicinity of Mechanicsville to various positions east of Frederick along the National Pike. Oliver Bosbyshell of the 48th Pennsylvania, a regiment belonging to the 9th Corps' 2nd Division, recorded that at 3:00 a.m. of the 11th, the regiment left camp at daylight. The night's camp was located some 2 miles north of Damascus. The 48th made 13 miles. 7 o'clock the next morning, September 12th, found the regiment on the go. The march was slow and easy. The bivouac made on the west side of the Monocacy, near the large stone bridge and in sight of Frederick City for a march that day of roughly 15 miles. Charles F. Walcott, a captain in the 21st Massachusetts, also with the 2nd Division, wrote similarly of this advance. September 11th. We started at 7 a.m., and after a day's march of 18 miles through a rich and fertile country, halted in a lovely spot near Newmarket at 5 o'clock. Heavy showers fell at intervals during the day, but it was the first rain for several days and was not unwelcome. September 12th. Starting at 7 a.m., we crossed the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, and, after a slow march, crossed the high stone bridge over the beautiful little river Monocacy, a distance of 10 miles, and went into bivouac in sight of Frederick City about sundown. Even the Kanawha Division of Jacob Cox, who later recalled inaccurately in his memoir that his men moved forward by very short marches of 6 or 8 miles, actually marched from Ridgeville to the western outskirts of Frederick on September 12th, a distance of more than 15 miles. Hooker, in the meantime, had been ordered further to the right on the strength of rumors that Lee was making a circuit towards Baltimore, wrote Cox, and his corps reached Cooksville and the railroad some 10 miles east of my position, culminating a march that put the First Corps 25 miles from Frederick. The evidence is clear, therefore, that on September 11th and 12th, 9th Corps troops marched an average of 14 miles per day, or more than double the 6 miles per day conjecture volunteered by Halleck that William Swinton repeated in 1864, and which Stephen Sears and others have relied upon repeatedly to condemn McClellan's supposed lethargy. After-action reports often garbled details about what commanders knew at the time, and in this case McClellan's post-campaign report of October 15, 1862 did him no favors. Writing uncertainty as to the actual position of the enemy was one of the reasons that compelled him to advance slowly in Maryland. Students of the campaign have made a habit of using McClellan's words against him. Yet twice in the same document, the general admitted that he knew full well Lee's army occupied the line of the Monocacy, and by September 11th he had already moved the 2nd, 12th, 9th, and 1st Corps, as well as George Sykes' 2nd Division, to confront Lee if his army advanced from that position toward Washington or Baltimore. Concerning Franklin's 6th Corps, McClellan ordered it to support the center should it have been necessary, as was supposed, to force the line of the Monocacy. He then repeated this idea, conceding that while he had maneuvered his army to cover Baltimore and Washington, he had also tried to ensure that the troops were in position to attack him, the enemy, should he hold the line of the Monocacy. That McClellan updated the information he had on this subject is obvious in his second official report on the Maryland campaign from August 1863. This time he replaced the claim that he did not know the position of the enemy with the statement, "Uncertainty as to the intentions of the enemy obliged me to march cautiously." This statement more accurately reflected the situation as it existed during the campaign. The sources demonstrate that from the afternoon Robert E. Lee's forces first traversed the Potomac River at Nolan's Ferry to the day Indiana troops found Special Orders No. 191, McClellan did not have a decidedly cloudy picture of the enemy. He knew definitively as of September 8 that Jackson's command had reached Frederick, although it is likely he had learned this information even earlier since Colonel Strother on his staff wrote in his diary on September 6th, 5,000 men of the rebel advance marched into Frederick. McClellan also knew that no sizable rebel force other than cavalry had advanced toward Baltimore from the Army of Northern Virginia's encampments around Frederick. On September 9th, for example, he telegraphed Halleck from Rockville, "The latest information from the front indicates the enemy in large force near Frederick. I do not think they have yet left Frederick." In short, as of September 10th, only Lee's ultimate objective in Maryland remained unclear to McClellan. Even then, Little Mac had clarified the situation by blocking the routes east. With moving in that direction out of the question for Lee, unless he desired to bring on a general engagement, the options open to him included marching north toward Gettysburg, retreating south to Virginia, or moving northwest into Washington County, Maryland. When news arrived on the evening of September 11th that the Army of Northern Virginia had marched out of Frederick on the National Road toward Hagerstown, it confirmed that Lee had taken the path of least resistance. This movement opened the door for an unopposed advance to Frederick by the Army of the Potomac, which McClellan promptly ordered and which Burnside rapidly executed. At 3 p.m. on September 12th, the Army's headquarters group stopped in a lovely grove surrounded by grass fields like shaven lawns near Little Bennett Creek, 1 mile southeast of Urbana. Here camp was pitched, recalled Colonel Strother, allowing McClellan the opportunity to jot a few lines to his wife Mary Ellen, using his photo album as a lap desk. "The place selected for our camp tonight is in a beautiful grove on the summit of a hill," wrote the general, "and it is one of the prettiest camps we have yet had." He then told her what he suspected of Lee's movements, stating, "From all I can gather, Secesh is skedaddling, and I don't think I can catch him unless he is really moving into Pennsylvania. In that case, I shall catch him before he has made much headway towards the interior." I am beginning to think he is making off to get out of the scrape by recrossing the river at Williamsport, in which case my only chance of bagging him will be to cross lower down and cut into his communications near Winchester." This letter accurately reflected the military situation at the moment. McClellan knew that once the rebel army had moved into Washington County, only 2 options for fighting and 2 for maneuver remained open to Lee. He could either defend the South Mountain passes or fight west of the mountains, or he could march north into Pennsylvania or retire south to Virginia. According to Strother, the prevailing belief at headquarters favored the latter. Telegrams from diverse points show that a movement en masse has been commenced by the enemy toward Hagerstown, and the points in front, east of the Monocacy, had been abandoned, confided the topographer in his journal. General McClellan suspected from this news that Lee had elected to retreat to Virginia rather than face the Army of the Potomac. The retrograde movement on Hagerstown meant a retreat into the valley of the Shenandoah by way of Williamsport. This seemed to be the received opinion. As McClellan himself put it in an unusually colloquial turn of phrase to his wife, "Lee evidently don't want to fight me for some reason or other." At 4:10 p.m. on September 12th, McClellan received a brief message from Lincoln, originally sent 12 hours earlier, asking, "How does it look now?" McClellan did not initially reply because news coming in from the recently re-established signal stations on Sugarloaf Mountain reported that Reno's Ninth Corps had just fought its way into Frederick along the National Road. With the town now in Federal hands and Brigadier General Wade Hampton's rebel cavalry brigade pushed back to a defensive position atop Catoctin Mountain, McClellan directed his attention to informing Halleck about Frederick's capture. Cognizant of the fact that Lincoln read all of Halleck's incoming telegrams, McClellan knew he could forego responding to the president's earlier missive first. "I have just learned by signal from Sugarloaf Mountain that our troops are entering Frederick," reported Little Mac at 5:30 p.m. "The remainder of Burnside's troops are between Frederick and New Market. Sumner is near Urbana with our advanced guard thrown out to the Monocacy. Williams is on his right, Franklin on his left, Couch at Barnesville." Then McClellan noted that cavalry has been sent toward Point of Rocks to ascertain whether there is any force of the enemy in that direction, demonstrating he still accounted for Halleck's odd fear that a large Confederate force might be operating on his left near Leesburg, and that he would no longer advance unless he felt his army's flanks were secure. Finally, he concluded Burnside has cavalry in pursuit of Fitzhugh Lee toward Westminster. Turning to the movements he planned for the next day, McClellan repeated what he had written to his wife, clarifying the notion that while he knew where the Army of Northern Virginia could be found, he did not know where Lee intended to lead it. "Should the enemy go toward Pennsylvania, I shall follow him," declared McClellan. "Should he attempt to recross the Potomac, I shall endeavor to cut off his retreat. My movements tomorrow will be dependent upon information to be received during the night. The troops have marched today as far as it was possible and proper for them to move." Confident that Lee's army no longer posed a threat to Washington or to the Army of the Potomac's rear, McClellan added a postscript which did not sit well with Halleck, who remained obsessed with the possibility that a large rebel force could advance on the capital from Virginia. Informing the General-in-Chief, "I have ordered Major General Nathaniel Banks to send 8 new regiments to relieve the parts of Darius Couch's command left at Offutt's Crossroads, Seneca, and Conrad's and Edwards Ferries," McClellan asked. "How soon may I expect these troops?" Satisfied that the whole rebel army occupied Maryland ahead of him, and that his request to consolidate Couch's command would prompt no complaints, McClellan settled into the business of issuing orders for the next day's march. His primary aim at this point involved pushing his army across the Monocacy River and securing Frederick City. At 5:45 p.m. on September 13th, McClellan directed Franklin to depart at daylight the next day for Buckystown from a short distance west of Urbana, adding that the 6th Corps' commander should await further orders once he arrived at his destination. Little Mac told him to be ready to move either to Frederick or Harper's Ferry as the situation warranted. A telegram from Halleck sent earlier in the day at 1:45 p.m. then interrupted McClellan, informing the general that the 2 remaining divisions of the 5th Corps had started their march from Washington to join the army in the field. Halleck inquired, "Have you any reliable information of enemy's force south of the Potomac?" Here again the general-in-chief hinted at the concern about a Confederate attack from that quarter which haunted the War Department. Then Halleck asked, "Is it not possible to open communication with Harper's Ferry so that Colonel Miles' forces can cooperate with you?" Receiving this missive must have been maddening for McClellan, considering the advice he gave on September 4th that Dixon Miles should abandon Harper's Ferry before Lee blocked his opportunity to retreat. Little Mac had also urged in the strongest possible terms on September 11th the necessity of uniting all our disposable forces in response to the numerous estimates showing that Lee's army amounted to not less than 120,000 men. Accusations that the general habitually overinflated the enemy's strength have shadowed McClellan ever since William Swinton's vilification in 1864. At the time, however, the idea that Lee commanded a very large army appeared quite real to everyone involved in repelling the rebel offensive. Governor Curtin, for example, assured Halleck on September 10th and Lincoln on September 11th that the enemy will bring against us not less than 120,000, with a large amount of artillery, and even the military commission investigating the Harper's Ferry debacle concluded at the end of its proceedings 97,000 men comprised the whole of Lee's army. Neither of these overestimates had anything to do with George McClellan, and yet they were considered realistic by high-ranking political and military officials at the time. Halleck had, of course, agreed on September 11th that Miles' command could join McClellan only if he managed to open communications with Harper's Ferry. Now, one day later, with the garrison's options rapidly running out, the general-in-chief changed his tune, ordering Colonel Miles to unconditionally obey such orders as General McClellan may give you. You will endeavor to open communication with him and unite your forces to his at the earliest possible moment. His army is now near the line of the Monocacy. Unfortunately for both Colonel Miles and Henry Halleck, telegraphic communications between Washington and Harper's Ferry went dead on September 11th, making it unlikely that Miles ever received these instructions. It is therefore only with the enemy threat to the garrison becoming obvious, and with communications to Harper's Ferry cut, that Halleck finally saddled McClellan on September 12th with the task of rescuing Miles' command. Prior to this point, McClellan had borne no responsibility, officially or otherwise, for the fate of Harper's Ferry, which is a fact that critics of the general have repeatedly ignored. Responding at 6 p.m. on September 12 to Halleck's questions about rebels below the Potomac River and opening communication with Miles, McClellan wrote, "I learned nothing reliable as to the enemy south of the Potomac. I this morning ordered the 6th U.S. Cavalry to endeavor to open communication with Harper's Ferry, and in my orders of movement for tomorrow have arranged so that I can send Franklin and Couch to his relief if necessary." To be clear, McClellan had heard no firing in that direction, believing if Miles resists at all, I think I can not only relieve him, but place the rebels who attack him in great danger of being cut off. Everything moves at daylight tomorrow. Your message to him this moment received. Will forward by first opportunity. 15 minutes later, a flurry of orders dictating the Army's September 13th advance began issuing from McClellan's headquarters. One of these directed Burnside to mass his troops at Frederick. Reno's 4 divisions would spend the night of September 12th camped on the outskirts of the city guarding the roads into town, while Hooker's 3 divisions would bivouac along the National Pike from east of the Monocacy to Mount Airy. At 6:30 p.m., McClellan ordered Darius Couch to advance at daylight across the Monocacy River to the hamlet of Licksville near Nolan's Ferry, where he should wait for further instructions. General Sumner's orders went out at 7 p.m., directing him to have Alpheus Williams' 12th Corps march by Iamsville and Crumb's Ford to Frederick, halting 1 mile this side of town. At 8:30 p.m., McClellan then directed Burnside to have the 2 corps of his wing ready to move in any direction that may be required, adding proactively, "Should you hear very heavy firing in the direction of Harper's Ferry, you will move toward it at once with your command, and report your departure to these headquarters." Finally, around 9 p.m., McClellan found time to reply to Lincoln's earlier "How does it look now?" telegram with a summary of the situation. Confirming he knew that the president read dispatches directed to his general-in-chief, McClellan stated, "You will have learned by my telegram to General Halleck that we hold Frederick and the line of the Monocacy. I have taken all possible means to communicate with Harper's Ferry, so that I may send to its relief if necessary. Cavalry are in pursuit of the Westminster party of rebels, while the main body of my cavalry and horse artillery are ordered after the enemy's main column, with orders to march as much as possible that I may overtake it." McClellan then tried to reassure the president that if Harper's Ferry is still in our possession, "I think I can save the garrison if they fight at all. If the rebels are really marching into Pennsylvania, I shall soon be up with them. My apprehension is that they may make for Williamsport and get across the river before I can catch them." The mention of Williamsport referred to a telegram sent by Lincoln stating that Jackson's command had been seen crossing the Potomac there. Adding that he had received no recent information from either Harper's Ferry or Martinsburg, Lincoln suggested the silence from that quarter reinforced the idea that the enemy is recrossing the Potomac. To this the president added, "Please do not let him get off without being hurt." Although McClellan shared the president's suspicion that Lee might make for Virginia, he also continued to entertain the possibility that either a portion of the Confederate Army or the entire rebel force itself might advance into Pennsylvania. Should that occur, McClellan informed Governor Curtin he expected the 50,000 militia troops assembling in Harrisburg, and soon to be under the command of Brigadier General John F. Reynolds, to hold the enemy in check until I can overtake him. Achieving this would be simpler said than done, however, as closing with Lee's force involved traversing the 2 mountain ranges that separated the armies. Surmounting the less imposing Catoctin Range would need to be accomplished first. At 11 p.m., therefore, McClellan directed Burnside to move cautiously at daylight toward Catoctin Mountain and take the pass there if possible to allow Alfred Pleasonton's cavalry to move through it. Should you gain this pass, you will hold it for the purpose specified and report for further orders, asserted McClellan. The commanding general desires to impress upon you that he does not wish you to run too great a risk with your own command in taking the pass referred to. Pressing onward would be the responsibility of General Pleasonton, who will cooperate with you as far as may be necessary. To ensure that cooperation, McClellan sent Pleasonton orders at 11:30 p.m., directing him to search north of Frederick the next day in case any force of the enemy has moved in that direction with a view of getting into our rear, revealing his ongoing concern about the security of the Army's flanks. Furthermore, explained Little Mac, General Burnside has been directed to march at daylight and to take possession, if possible, of the pass through the Catoctin Range of mountains, so as to enable your cavalry to debouch into the Catoctin Valley beyond. Please communicate and cooperate with him. As for Harper's Ferry, McClellan charged Pleasanton with asserting the state of affairs there if he could and communicate back to headquarters. So much the better if the cavalry could also confirm that Jackson's command had crossed back into Virginia. The orders to Burnside and Pleasanton contained no ambiguity, instructing Burnside to seize and hold Hagen's Gap, known as Braddock Heights today, over the Catoctons, but not to proceed from there without receiving further orders. McClellan directed Pleasanton to push into Middletown Valley ahead of Burnside once the way was clear in order to confirm the rebel army had moved in that direction. This part of McClellan's orders can be attributed to prudence because while all of the intelligence reaching him placed Lee's army near Hagerstown and Williamsport, he wanted to be sure that significant numbers of rebel troops, said on September 10th to have taken the road to Harper's Ferry, were not waiting to attack him from just behind the Catoctin Range. With Burnside's and Pleasanton's orders sorted for the next day, instructions began going to the other parts of the army. At 11:45 p.m., the general ordered Edwin Sumner to march his 2nd Corps for Frederick on the following morning. Another order went out for the remaining 2 divisions of the 5th Corps, still near Washington, to march for Frederick as well. Being 30 to 40 miles away, McClellan did not expect these 2 divisions to be in the area until the day after next at the earliest. The general then sent a message to General Wool in Baltimore requesting him to use a portion of his 20,000 troops protecting the city to guard the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. When Burnside replied to McClellan at 1 a.m., he described the advance into and capture of Frederick, followed by a note on the program to carry out the next day's orders that he had agreed upon with Pleasanton earlier in the evening. Pleasanton explained Burnside would detail in his dispatch their agreement. Word then arrived from Pleasanton a half an hour later elaborating on the accord. "I have arranged with General Burnside the following program," wrote the cavalry chief. "I shall push forward at daybreak with the 8th Illinois, 1st Mass, and 3rd Indiana, and a battery toward Hagerstown. The 1st New York, 8th Pennsylvania, and 12th Pennsylvania with a section of artillery will proceed to Adamsville and scout the road to Gettysburg, sending out scouts toward Liberty and Westminster. The Lancers will proceed to Jefferson and follow up the road to Harper's Ferry, communicating with Captain Sanders." Pleasanton's horsemen could reach and assault Hagen's Gap more quickly than Burnside's infantry, so if the cavalry met no resistance, it could ride into Middletown Valley to search for the enemy. Pleasanton and Burnside's plan did not alter McClellan's previous orders, other than to allow the cavalry to lead the advance. Burnside would still be obligated to hold the heights if they were taken and wait for further instructions, an adjustment that fell entirely within the scope of McClellan's 11:30 p.m. instructions. Having issued orders into the early morning hours of September 13th, McClellan retired for what remained of the night. As this analysis of the events leading up to September 11th and 12th suggests, the general displayed no sign of indecision, confusion, or timidity in the days before his army's occupation of Frederick City. Not only did he secure Baltimore and Washington from the suspected danger of a rebel attack, he also drew his army close enough to Lee's to threaten the Confederate supply line through the Shenandoah Valley if Lee moved farther north. All of the intelligence that had reached McClellan as of September 12th indicated that the Army of Northern Virginia probably remained in Washington County, Maryland, although prudence dictated that the federal commander confirm no significant force of rebel troops lurked in the Middletown Valley between the Catoctin Range and South Mountain. No information from Governor Curtin, the War Department, or any other source had yet placed the rebel army in southern Pennsylvania, so for the time being, Little Mac could be confident that the Keystone State remained free of Confederate troops. If Lee did move north, McClellan hoped that General Reynolds and his militia could hold him in check long enough for the Army of the Potomac to come up and attack the Army of Northern Virginia from behind. Confronting veteran troops with militia would not be ideal, but it might slow Lee's advance, and it was all that McClellan had to rely on at the time. The records show without ambiguity that as of early on September 13th, George McClellan did not know the enemy's tactical dispositions in detail or where Lee intended to march his force. They also show that McClellan recognized the danger in which Henry Halleck had left Harper's Ferry, a situation he only received the authority to address a few hours earlier on September 12th. Yet even at that late date, Little Mac did not know for certain Lee had the garrison in his sights. To it, a message sent from Army headquarters to Alfred Pleasanton at 8:45 p.m. on September 12th stated, "Captain Sanders of the 6th U.S. Cavalry seemed to be under the impression that Jackson is marching on Harper's Ferry. It is important to ascertain if this is so. The commanding general desires you to send out scouts tonight to endeavor to get information regarding this. Confirmation of Jackson's unfolding siege, and many other things then hidden behind the mountainous terrain of western Maryland would become crystal clear to McClellan on the next day, after the discovery of Special Orders No. 191. Chapter 3. Early morning to noon on September 13th, 1862. George McClellan, the Army of the Potomac's movements, and the discovery of Lee's orders. Getting an early start at his headquarters near Urbana on September 13th, George McClellan fired off 2 messages to subordinates between sunrise and 7:30 a.m. The first of these went to Brigadier General George Sykes, commander of the 3,820-man strong 2nd Division in Fitz John Porter's 5th Corps, instructing him to march from the vicinity of Hyattstown to the road bridge over the Monocacy River on the Georgetown Pike. The second order directed the 1st Rhode Island Cavalry, then near Rockville, to ride west and watch all the fords from Seneca to the mouth of the Monocacy. This latter missive indicated the ongoing concern McClellan felt about the safety of his army's left flank, as well as sensitivity to General Halleck's fears that only a part of Lee's army had crossed into Maryland. As Little Mac wrote concerning this in his second post-campaign report, a portion of the rebel army had crossed into Maryland. But whether it was their intention to cross their whole force with a view to turn Washington by a flank movement down the north bank of the Potomac, we had no means of determining. With these arrangements complete, McClellan mounted his dark bay horse, Dan Webster, and rode out of the encampment before 9 a.m. with his staff and personal guard in tow. Traveling the Georgetown Pike, roughly today's Maryland State Route 355, northwest for 5 miles before reaching the Monocacy, Little Mac descended the ridge east of the river and crossed the road bridge near the grounds of John T. Best's rented farm 4 miles southeast of Frederick. There he encountered the troops of Major General Edwin Vose Sumner's 2nd Corps massed in a line on the road leading into the city. Sumner had marched his men in advance of the general that morning, crossing the Monocacy, recalled Thomas Aldrich of the 1st Rhode Island Artillery, at about 10 o'clock, where we halted for over an hour. Lieutenant Edgar M. Newcomb of the 19th Massachusetts Volunteers observed at the time that the railroad bridge had been burned by rebels, though strangely enough, the highway bridge across the same stream, the Monocacy, remained intact. Earl Fenner, also of the 1st Rhode Island Artillery, remembered marching through Monocacy Mills, a thriving little village situated on the Monocacy River, before making a halt of 2 hours. At noon, we resumed our onward march. Veterans of the Army of the Potomac's original incarnation, these troops greeted McClellan with the most enthusiastic cheers while parting ranks to let him pass. Witnesses also recalled forming up for an informal review, which surely slowed McClellan's pace as he traversed the final 3 miles to the city. When at last he entered Frederick on South Market Street, also called Main Street at the time, the hour had progressed to around 11 a.m. A salient detail worth noting at this point is that according to the previously mentioned Lieutenant Newcomb, the telegraph line from Monocacy Junction to Frederick was down the whole way along, meaning electronic messages to and from the city would need to travel by mounted courier 8 miles back to Urbana or be sent by signal station through the post atop Sugarloaf Mountain until the wires could be restrung. From the moment he departed his headquarters until his arrival in Frederick City, General McClellan must have heard the fighting going on atop Catoctin Mountain. The engagement at Hagen's Gap, Braddock Heights, began soon after sunrise as the mounted regiments under Alfred Pleasanton clashed with Major General J.E.B. Stewart's rear guard defending the route into Middletown Valley. Per McClellan's September 12th orders that Pleasanton take possession of the pass through the Catoctin range of mountains so as to enable your cavalry to debouch into the Catoctin Valley below, the Army's cavalry chief had directed the 8th Illinois, 3rd Indiana, and 1st Massachusetts, along with assorted guns, up the National Road until they met resistance. At roughly the same time, Pleasanton sent 2 more cavalry regiments in the direction of Gettysburg with a section of artillery to look for Confederate cavalry reported to be there, as well as Colonel Richard Rush's 6th Pennsylvania Cavalry to support William Franklin's 6th Corps at Jefferson. The clash at Hagen's Gap erupted soon after daybreak with an exchange of small arms fire that continued until between 8 and 9 a.m., when both sides brought up artillery and began blasting away. The telegraph operator at Poolesville, Maryland, wired the War Department at 11:05 a.m. that he had heard cannonading for last 2.5 hours in direction of Frederick, at least that way and to the left of it. Operator at Rockville also says he hears firing. The telegraph station established by Ambrose Burnside at Damascus, Maryland, roughly 30 miles to the east, reported the same, with Operator Doyle wiring Washington at 9:20 a.m. For 20 minutes past, we have heard rifled shelling in direction of Frederick. We still hear it. It is about 1 shot every 5 seconds. Doyle then further cemented the time when he filed another message a few hours later, informing the War Department that a courier left Burnside's headquarters at Frederick at 8 o'clock this morning. Doyle noted, "As the courier was leaving Frederick, our artillery was shelling the woods briskly." The signal station on Sugarloaf Mountain, some 12 miles away, also noted the artillery fire and at once reported it to General McClellan, who was still near Urbana at that time, according to Major Albert Meyer, the Army's chief signal officer. By the time McClellan arrived in Frederick, the Hagen's Gap fight had been underway for almost 4 hours with rising volume, but no progress made by Pleasanton's troopers. Frustrated by the stubborn Confederate resistance, Pleasanton fell back onto the program he and Major Burnside had agreed upon the night before and called for infantry support shortly before 9 a.m. Burnside quickly sent Brigadier General Isaac Rodman's 2 infantry brigades to Pleasanton from their encampment on the grounds of the old Hessian barracks just south of the city, filling downtown Frederick with a column of marching troops. The sight of Rodman's men brought out the city's Unionist population, which packed the sidewalks to cheer. McClellan himself then arrived in town as the final ranks disappeared down West Patrick Street, catching the attention of the townspeople as he rode to the intersection of Market and Patrick Streets. The spectators already gathered there quickly recognized Little Mac, and the throng exploded into a jubilant mob. According to a reporter from Harper's Weekly traveling with McClellan, the general rode through the town on a trot, and the street was filled 6 or 8 deep with his staff and guard riding on behind him. With his head uncovered in honor of the crowd's greeting, McClellan received gracefully the salutations of the people. Old ladies and men wept for joy, and scores of beautiful ladies waved flags from the balconies of houses upon the street, and their joyousness seemed to overcome every other emotion. A resident of Frederick named Anne Schaefer witnessed these events, describing in her diary how leaping down the steps we ran to the square and were among the first ladies to grasp McClellan's hand. Shouts and deafening cheers. People seemed beside themselves and forced him to stop to receive their greeting. He sat as one confounded, the enthusiasm so unexpected, while ladies hung upon his horse's neck, patting his head, stuck a flag in the gearing. The tumultuous welcome McClellan received in Frederick, one staffer remembered the general and his horse being absolutely covered with wreaths and bouquets, delayed him for an undetermined period of time before at length he broke away from the crowd and rode east on Patrick Street toward Burnside's headquarters, then located along the Baltimore Pike on the eastern outskirts of the city. At this point, recalled Schaefer, the crowd began to disperse, suggesting that for the moment, now well after 11 a.m., no troops from the Army of the Potomac occupied the streets of town. Sources clarifying how long McClellan visited with Burnside are yet to be found, but the available evidence suggests that he lingered long enough to discuss Pleasanton's fight at Hagen's Gap and how the two corps under Burnside's army wing should advance now that Sumner's 2nd Corps and Williams' 12th Corps had moved within close supporting distance. We can infer this because soon after McClellan's visit, Jacob Cox received orders to advance his 2-brigade Kanawha divisions from the west side of Frederick, where it had camped the night of September 12th, to support Pleasanton's attack. The orders to Cox arrived at his headquarters about noon, suggesting that McClellan and Burnside must have conferred before 11:30 a.m. at the absolute latest in order for the directive to be written out and carried by courier through town. Burnside also issued orders around this time, or possibly before he met with McClellan, for Joseph Hooker to get his 1st Corps on the road from locations east of the Monocacy, as far out as Ridgeville, some 14 miles away. That the 1st Corps and 9th Corps had become so far detached from one another attests to the speed with which Reno's men had descended on Frederick one day earlier. Now the 1st Corps needed to catch up. As the author of the regimental history of the 13th Massachusetts Infantry, a part of the 2nd Division in Hooker's Corps, put it, "We started at 1 p.m. and marched 12 more miles toward Frederick." Private John Vautier of the 88th Pennsylvania, 2nd Division, 1st Corps, recorded similarly in his diary that his regiment resumed the line of march at noon. Comparable orders reached the 2nd Corps before noon too, suggesting that McClellan also sent Sumner's instructions while he was at Burnside's headquarters. According to Earl Fenner of the 1st Rhode Island Light Artillery, at noon we resumed our onward march from Monocacy Junction and entered Frederick. This time frame is supported by Charles Willoughby of the 34th New York Infantry, a part of the 2nd Division in Sumner's Corps, who noted in his diary, "We passed through Frederick City about 12 o'clock. More importantly, in the context of McClellan's handling of the lost orders, Sergeant Stowe of the 15th Massachusetts recorded in his diary that the regiment passed in review of Generals Mack and Burnside at noon. General McClellan, accompanied by Burnside, had traveled back into the city just before noon to review the passage of Sumner's troops, explaining Stowe's sighting of the commander there at midday. The Unionist Frederick diarist, Anne Schaefer, spotted McClellan's return to the downtown area as well, writing, "Again McClellan and Burnside passed through town, and now indeed came an army, which began passing at noon and continued marching as rapidly as possible until night." From all of these activities, it is thus possible to conclude that by noon on September 13th, George McClellan had begun concentrating the elements of 4 Army corps around Frederick. He had also set William Franklin's 6th Corps early in the morning on the path to Buckystown south of the city to establish a bridgehead on the Monocacy and support the capture of Jefferson Pass over Catoctin Mountain by the 6th Pennsylvania Cavalry and the 9th Corps Infantry Brigade of Colonel Harrison Fairchild. The Army's 12th Corps remained the one large formation approaching Frederick to be accounted for at noon, Then temporarily under the command of Brigadier General Alpheus S. Williams, the 12th Corps had advanced sluggishly on September 12th along a rain-battered secondary road to the rural crossroads of Iamsville, located some 7 miles southeast of Frederick. The general roused his command at 3:30 a.m. on September 13th, getting them back onto the same shabby thoroughfare at around 7 a.m. Sticky mud and the narrowness of the road made the passage difficult for wagons and artillery, so Williams' infantry took to the fields to keep moving. Although fences and other obstacles slowed their advance, Williams' command made steady progress and approached the Monocacy several hours later. The men waded across a shallow portion of the river at Crumb's Ford and climbed the western bank to the fields that covered the southeastern approach to Frederick. Finally, around noon, the 27th Indiana Volunteers, under the command of Colonel Silas Colgrove, whose skirmishes led the 12th Corps' advance, received orders to fall out and rest within sight of the city. General Williams' men reaching the vicinity of Frederick around noon has become a matter of some unnecessary and frankly misleading debate, thanks to Stephen Sears' oft-repeated claim that Federal troops found the lost orders before midday. The fact is that all of the accounts written before 1892, most importantly those written on September 13th itself, note that the 12th Corps halted around noon. A letter sent by General Williams himself bearing the location stamp, Camp near Frederick, stated, for example, "I reached Frederick this noon, having forded the Monocacy with my corps." Wilder Dwight of the 2nd Massachusetts recalled likewise in a letter he composed on September 13th, stating that, "Soon after noon, we reached the vicinity of Frederick." These accounts corroborate the September 13th diary entries of Lieutenant Colonel Newton T. Colby of the 107th New York Infantry, who wrote, "We forded the Monocacy, arrived in the afternoon, and encamped about a mile east of the city," and Sergeant C.D.M. Broomhall of the 124th Pennsylvania Infantry, who observed that his regiment halted about a mile from Frederick City at 1 p.m. These contemporary sources substantiate the time offered by Colonel Colgrove himself, who wrote in a short 1886 essay on the discovery of Lee's orders that the 12th Army Corps arrived at Frederick, Maryland about noon. Last but not least, the grandfather of Maryland campaign studies, Colonel Ezra Carman, concluded, "Accounts generally agree that Williams' corps arrived near Frederick and halted about noon, or very near noon, and this agrees with the recollection and papers of the writer, who himself served in the 12th Corps." Returning to the men of the 27th Indiana, when First Sergeant John M. Bloss and Private Barton W. Mitchell of Company F settled back to relax, Mitchell spotted what he thought was a long envelope lying in a patch of tall grass. Rising to fetch it, he found not an envelope, but a 2-page document wrapped around 2 cigars. Mitchell glanced at the contents of the document before handing it over to Bloss, who read through it and immediately recognized its importance. Taking the document to Colonel Colgrove, Bloss handed it over. The colonel read the orders himself and then carried them to his superior, Brigadier General George Henry Gordon, who exclaimed they were worth a mint of money after he too had reviewed them. Gordon directed Colgrove to deliver the orders to General Williams, and upon arriving at 12th Corps headquarters, the colonel handed the document to Colonel Samuel E. Pittman, Williams' adjutant general. Pittman played a key role at this point by claiming to recognize the signature of Colonel Robert H. Chilton, General Lee's assistant adjutant general, from business dealings that he and Chilton had before the war. This testimony satisfied Williams, who also read the document, that the orders were authentic, and, after adding a brief accompanying note, he urged Pittman to forward them to McClellan. Pittman attempted to scratch out a quick copy of the orders for posterity, but Williams instructed him to stop writing and send the orders to Army headquarters immediately. Each man in this sequence of events, Mitchell, Bloss, Colgrove, Gordon, Pittman, and Williams took time to read some or all of Lee's 2-page dispatch. Considering the time that reading the orders would take, and the fact that they traveled some distance between 4 of the 6 readers before being forwarded to General McClellan, it must have required at least an hour for the orders to travel up the chain of command. Multiple 12th Corps sources attest to the fact that the lost orders were not discovered until around noon because the leading regiments of the Corps reached the outskirts of Frederick at that time. Given the approximate time of their discovery and the chain of custody outlined previously, the orders could not realistically have been placed in a courier's hands before 1 p.m. We must keep in mind as well that the courier then had to ride through the jammed and unfamiliar streets of Frederick in search of McClellan, who was himself probably on the move at that hour after receiving word that Pleasanton's men had finally taken Hagen's Gap. Even without the 12 midnight copy of the telegram discovered by Maurice Dow, there is simply no way McClellan could have sent a noon telegram about Lee's plans before he had even received them. The final piece of the puzzle to unravel before putting the noontime McClellan telegram fallacy fully to rest is the post-war testimony of Colonel Nathan Kimball, who claimed decades after the war that he took the copy of Special Orders No. 191 to McClellan before 9:30 in the morning. The first mention of Kimball's alleged involvement in finding the lost orders appeared in 1892, when John Bloss read a paper before the Kansas Commandery of the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States, Mollis, claiming, "I saw General Kimball start with the lost orders to McClellan's headquarters. He had a good horse, understood the importance of the dispatch, and he has since told me that he carried it directly to General McClellan." 5 years later, in 1897, Kimball stated in a letter to 12th Corps veteran Ezra Carman of the Antietam Battlefield Board that he had indeed been involved in the finding of the lost orders. Coincidentally, Carman was at the same time in contact with Samuel Pittman, the officer who validated Chilton's signature. Carman recounted to Pittman that Kimball says he carried the Order 191 of General Lee to McClellan and delivered it to him personally, and that this time was not later than 9:30 a.m. Kimball says he was in conversation with Colgrove on the Georgetown Turnpike, waiting for McClellan and his escort to pass by when Captain Bloss came up with the paper, that he, Colgrove, and others present read it, and all seeing the importance, he, Kimball, mounted his horse and rode forward to meet with McClellan and give it to him. In your, that is Pittman's letter, you say you did not take the order but sent it. Have you any recollection of Kimball's taking the order? I think he must have done so, for he says so and Bloss writes me also that he did, but I want your recollection to make it more binding, as one would say. Kimball's account, as summarized by Carman, raises many questions about its veracity. How reliable was Kimball's recollection of the details 35 years after the event? How could Kimball have delivered the lost orders to McClellan before 9:30 a.m., when neither his own corps, McClellan, nor the soldiers who found it arrived in the area until after 10? How could Colgrove and Bloss's thin skirmish line have been on the Georgetown Turnpike 1 mile southwest of the Frederick-Iamsville Road, when it was supposed to be screening for the 12th Corps coming up the road from Crumb's Ford? How could Kimball claim he was waiting for McClellan to pass by, and yet write that after he read the lost order, he rode forward to meet with the general? More important still, why did Kimball not recount going to Alpheus Williams' headquarters to receive the orders when Williams' cover letter to McClellan proves the lost orders passed through the 12th Corps commander's hands? Taken aback by Kimball's claim, Pittman responded to Carman as follows. From what General Kimball writes you, it would appear that the paper never came into either General Williams' hand or mine, so that some strange mist must have clouded General Kimball's memory. Carman agreed with Pittman, writing of Kimball in his reply, "He is a very old man, in failing health, and liable, as you say, to be a little misty in his recollections." As for the pre-10 a.m. time mentioned by both Kimball and Bloss, Carman concluded, Sergeant Bloss states that he found the paper not later than 10 o'clock. He thinks it was really an hour earlier. In this, he is evidently mistaken. Bloss is the only person other than Kimball himself to mention the colonel in the process of finding the lost orders. However, his second account of finding the orders, written 30 years after the event, strongly contradicted the earlier account he provided on September 25, 1862, stating at that time, "I seen its importance and took it to the colonel, that is Colgrove. He immediately took it to General Gordon. He said it was worth a mint of money and sent it to General McClellan." Bloss made no mention of Kimball only 2 weeks after the event, a fact that renders his later account highly suspicious. Enough years had passed by 1892 for Kimball and Bloss to square their accounts, a possibility strengthened by the fact that Kimball had wed the niece of Bloss's wife on September 7, 1865, making the two men family. Finally, in a ladies' evening talk on the famous Lost Dispatch before the Mollis, Michigan Commandery on March 5, 1903, Samuel Pittman made no mention of Kimball, strongly implying that he continued to reject Kimball's claim even after being made aware of it years earlier by Ezra Carman. Unless new accounts come to light, McClellan's own recollection of receiving Lee's orders must provide the final word. When McClellan wrote to the son of Barton Mitchell in 1879, "There was handed to me by a member of my staff a copy, original, of one of General Lee's orders of march," he unintentionally refuted Kimball's claim that he had delivered the lost orders to McClellan personally. Nathan Kimball was, after all, a brigade commander in the 2nd Corps and not a part of the general's staff. Summing up then, an analysis of the available documents demonstrates that George McClellan entered Frederick, Maryland late in the morning on September 13th. After being mobbed in the street by jubilant local Unionists, he rode to Burnside's headquarters and rapidly began coordinating the advance of 4 Army Corps on and through Frederick, as well as the advance of elements of William Franklin's 6th Corps toward the pass over the Catoctin Mountains near Jefferson. McClellan then spent an hour or so, from roughly noon to around 1 p.m. in Frederick, viewing the march of 2nd Corps troops and part of the 9th Corps through town. All of this took place at the same time that Alpheus Williams' 12th Corps marched from Iamsville to its encampment 1 mile east of Frederick, where soldiers from the 27th Indiana discovered the errant copy of Special Orders No. 191 around noon. After some time had passed for the orders to make their way up the chain of command, Williams sent them to McClellan around 1 p.m. The telegraph line to Frederick remained down through all of this, making electronic communications with Washington impossible unless messages passed by signal before being wired. The available sources make it clear that McClellan did not remain in one location long enough to receive, read, and digest the content of Lee's orders before composing his famous telegram to President Lincoln marked 12M. They also make clear that there was no means by which a wired message could be sent to Washington around noon. In short, the reading public has been fed a lie about McClellan's alleged noon message to Lincoln for more than 100 years. This lie may have originated innocently enough in a misreading of the evidence by Jacob Cox, but writers more intent on condemning George McClellan than they have been on establishing the truth have repeated it ad nauseum to the present day. Chapter 4. Noon to early evening on September 13, 1862. How McClellan responded to reading Lee's orders. As the mislaid copy of Lee's orders made its way to General McClellan, he stood at the corner of Market and Patrick Streets watching Jesse Reno pass through town with a brigade from his 9th Corps. While observing the march of Sumner's 2nd Corps north on Market Street, McClellan had ordered Burnside to get the remainder of Reno's command, Rodman and Cox's divisions had already passed through the city, moving west along Patrick Street. One soldier with the 21st Massachusetts Volunteers, a regiment with the 2nd Division of Reno's 9th Corps, recalled of this march. Our gallant Brigadier General Ferrero wouldn't let us part from the town without at least a salute in honor of our reception. So the brigade was halted in the street, and the regiments faced to the front. But before arms were presented, General Reno, displeased at the block of the marching column, gave him an emphatic order to right-face his men and attend to business. While all of this was going on, a telegraph repair crew arrived at Monocacy Junction, located some 4 miles south of Frederick, around 1 p.m. Having just fixed the line from Washington to that point, they now planned to run a wire across the Monocacy River to reconnect Harper's Ferry and Frederick. Upon his arrival, telegraph operator F.T. Bickford reported to Washington that the rail bridge over the river was a total wreck, and that the telegraph line running alongside the railroad tracks was down as far as one can see. Bickford added that General McClellan is reported to have passed beyond Frederick about a half hour ago. Heavy firing apparently at Harper's Ferry. As soon as can run wire, we'll proceed to Frederick. The timestamp on the War Department's copy of Bickford's telegram reads 12:55 p.m., so the message arrived very soon after it was sent, indicating no delay in the line. Bickford's message makes 2 things clear. First, there was still no functioning telegraph line from Frederick to Washington as of 1 p.m. of September 13th, and second, Bickford's work crew did not possess sufficient wire at that moment to run it the final 4 miles from Monocacy Junction. Combine the lack of a working telegraph line to Frederick with the lengthy process of communicating by signal flag discussed earlier, and the argument that General McClellan could have sent Lincoln a dispatch marked 12M becomes completely untenable. Returning to Bickford, his mention of McClellan passing beyond Frederick confirms rumors circulating at the time that the commanding general had departed the city limits. The receipt of a message from Alfred Pleasanton stating that his men had finally driven off the rebel rear guard atop Catoctin Mountain is likely what prompted McClellan to leave his spot in the city center watching the passing troops. Historians have long relied on the campaign report of J.E.B. Stuart, written more than a year after events in Maryland had passed, for the time when the Confederate horsemen retreated. Writing that about 2 p.m. we were obliged to abandon the crest and withdrew to a position near Middletown, Stuart mistakenly recalled his command being pushed back an hour later than it actually was. Pleasanton's message itself, timestamped 1 p.m., read, "Have carried the rebel position with my cavalry and artillery. Infantry too late." A correspondent in Frederick from the Washington Evening Star also reported the 1 p.m. time of Pleasanton's victory in a story he filed for publication on September 15th. Explaining that the artillery duel yesterday continued till 1 o'clock between Pleasanton's forces and the rear guard of the rebels, the reporter confirmed the earlier time mentioned in Pleasanton's dispatch and not the later hour claimed by Stuart. Assuming it took Pleasanton's courier 30 minutes or so to make his way 4 miles down the crowded National Road from Hoggin's Gap to the center of town, it is safe to conclude that the message probably reached McClellan no earlier than 1:30 p.m. With Federal cavalry now flowing into Middletown Valley per Little Mac's September 12th orders, the evolving situation compelled the general to focus on the next phase of his army's advance. He therefore rode west out of town at roughly the same time that General Williams' courier entered Frederick from the east to deliver the recently discovered copy of Lee's orders. We know for certain that McClellan moved west of Frederick between 1:30 and 2 p.m. because Captain Andrew H. Boyd of the 108th New York Infantry noted marching past McClellan in the center of town at 1:30. Jacob Cox then recalled that McClellan himself met me as my column moved out of town around 2. Cox's Kanawha Division got a very slow start that day despite receiving orders from Burnside at around noon to support Pleasanton. Provost duties in town for part of Cox's command appear to have contributed to the delay, according to Edward Schweitzer of the 30th Ohio. Recalling in his diary that on the 13th I patrolled the town and I left the city at 1:00 p.m., Schweitzer returned to the division just as his regiment was falling in to leave. Martin Sheets of the 11th Ohio remembered the same, writing, "We did not move until about 2 p.m. when we took the road to Hagerstown, confirming Cox's own recollection of when his division finally got underway." As for George McClellan, he and his staff made their way to the farm of Lewis H. Steiner, located west-northwest of Frederick, to set up the Army's headquarters in a field of clover at some point after 2 p.m. Steiner, a member of the U.S. Sanitary Commission, saw the encampment soon after its establishment, recalling, "In the afternoon I found McClellan with a large portion of his army encamped on my farm west of Frederick. The nature of the camp prevented one from forming any other conclusion than it was a bivouac and only intended for temporary occupation." Either while he was en route out of Frederick or once he had arrived at his new headquarters, McClellan finally received the lost copy of Lee's orders sent by General Williams. The only primary account of McClellan receiving the orders comes from the general himself, and his recollection of the incident was decidedly vague. Writing to the son of the 27th Indiana's B.W. Mitchell in 1879, the aging general remembered, "There was handed to me by a member of my staff a copy, original, of one of General Lee's orders of march directed to General D.H. Hill, which developed General Lee's intended operations for the next few days, and was of very great service to me in enabling me to direct the movements of my own troops accordingly." General Williams' cover note on the document promised that the orders from Lee were genuine based on the testimony of Colonel Pittman, but after reading the dispatch, McClellan proved unwilling to immediately commit his army to a full-fledged advance without further confirmation. Little Mac knew from the experience of the last 10 days that Stuart's riders and other rebel troops had spread copious amounts of misinformation across Maryland ahead of the Army of the Potomac's advance. McClellan also needed time to plan the best response to this windfall of new intelligence. In order to verify the authenticity of the orders, he therefore ordered a copy of the document made and sent to Pleasanton with this message: "General McClellan desires you to ascertain whether this order of march has thus far been followed by the enemy. As the pass through the Blue Ridge may be disputed by 2 columns, he desires you to approach it with great caution." Major Albert V. Colburn, McClellan's assistant adjutant general, and based on the handwriting of the original message, also likely the man to whom McClellan dictated the dispatch, time-stamped it 3 p.m. and sent it off. Private Joe Tabor, a member of McClellan's security escort, accompanied the courier, Lieutenant Nicholas Bowen, on the journey, which Tabor describes as a sharp ride of about 8 miles to Pleasanton's location west of Middletown. To sum up then, with Williams' courier departing to find McClellan no earlier than 1 p.m., and McClellan's message to Pleasanton time-stamped 3 p.m., it is possible to conclude that the lost copy of Lee's orders reached the general at some point within that 2-hour time frame. When Bowen and Tabor rode off to find Pleasanton, they likely encountered the men of Brigadier General Orlando B. Wilcox's division, who had moved at 2 p.m. for Middletown in accord with Burnside's effort to support the Army's cavalry. Toward evening of the 13th, we left Frederick City and marched out on the National Turnpike toward South Mountain, recalled David Lane of the newly mustered 17th Michigan. Corporal Frederick Pettit of the 100th Pennsylvania echoed the departure time in a letter home, stating that in the evening we took up our march through Frederick toward Middleton. Wilcox's command moved out so rapidly, in fact, that members of the 79th New York, on picket duty since the night before, found themselves unable to catch up. On returning to our bivouac at 4 o'clock the following afternoon, wrote William Todd, we found the army had moved forward. We had marched a long distance out of our way in returning from picket duty, and when at nightfall we approached Frederick, the men were tired and hungry. Passing through the city, we bivouacked for the night a short distance beyond. The regiment would not catch up to the rest of the division until 9 the following morning. Brigadier General Samuel D. Sturgis's other brigade marched up the National Road in the wake of Wilcox's command. The 1st Brigade of Reno's 9th Corps, under the command of Brigadier General James Nagle, Sturgis's 2nd Division, began making its way through Frederick from the vicinity of the Monocacy River. As the regimental history of the 48th Pennsylvania recorded, the start on the 13th was not made until 3:30 p.m., and the tramp through Frederick was a perfect ovation. A writer serving with the recently arrived 9th New Hampshire of the same brigade also noted that at 4 o'clock the 9th Regiment showed up in brigade line for the first time, before marching west down Patrick Street. This procession continued on well after dark, recalled 9th Corps Surgeon Thomas Ellis 1 year later. For hours the long lines of men, horses, and artillery kept passing through the town. It was not until near midnight that the monster military procession had drawn to a close. By late afternoon on September 13th, Sumner's 2nd Corps had settled in near the town reservoir northwest of Frederick after an easy 8-mile march, while Reno's 9th Corps took the lead in pursuing Lee's Confederates up the National Road. The remaining portion of Burnside's Right Army Wing had also finally converged on Frederick from the east. James B. Ricketts' division, the farthest away of Hooker's 1st Corps, finished its 14-mile march from Ridgeville to come up at nightfall and halt east of the city, while George Sykes' 5th Corps Division joined the 2nd Corps northwest of Frederick after a 13-mile march from Hyattstown. Prior to the rebel retreat at 1 p.m., Major Heroes von Bork of J.E.B. Stewart's staff recalled seeing a sea of Federal troops massing below his observation point at Hagen's Gap. Attesting to the efficiency with which McClellan marshaled his forces west of Frederick, von Bork described, probably with some exaggeration, how the valley beneath, stretching away from the immediate base of the mountain, was literally blue with the Yankees. The 12th Corps, meanwhile, remained in place southeast of Frederick, not for a lack of orders, but rather because the other corps around Williams blocked his way forward. Listeners will recall that it had taken Lee's army more than a day to march through the bottleneck of Frederick's streets when it pulled out on September 10th through the 11th. McClellan's larger army would now require an even longer time to make the same journey. As for Franklin's 6th Corps, it made better progress on September 13th than historians have acknowledged, pushing some of Major General William F. Baldy Smith's 2nd Division over the Catoctin Mountains and into Middletown Valley before midnight. A soldier with the 49th Pennsylvania of Winfield Scott Hancock's brigade, Smith's division, recorded in his diary on that day, "We remained here at Buckystown 1 hour, and went into camp in the meadow before receiving orders to march at 8 o'clock this evening, and marched over the ridge and camped at Jeffersontown at 10 o'clock tonight." General Smith himself also wrote to General Franklin from Jefferson at 4 p.m., "I have ordered the 3 regiments of the 3rd Brigade, Colonel Stoughton of the 4th Vermont, and the battery here at Jefferson, where I await further orders from you." By the late afternoon of September 13th, General McClellan had amassed his army west of the Monocacy River and begun sending portions of it over the Catoctins into Middletown Valley. Not once that day had Federal troops ceased moving forward, either before McClellan received Lee's orders or in the hours after he read them. Around 3.5 hours of daylight remained for McClellan to act after Lee's errant dispatch fell into his hands, and contrary to nearly 160 years of criticism, the general did not waste a moment of that time. Maryland campaign studies since Joseph Harsh's Taken at the Flood have made much of the fact that reading Lee's orders did not provide McClellan with information about the size of the separated Confederate commands confronting him, or even their true locations, since Lee had altered the orders by marching Longstreet's command to Hagerstown on September 11th. They have cited this, along with McClellan's pre-lost orders instruction for Pleasanton and Burnside to advance into Middletown Valley, as evidence of the lost orders' relative unimportance. To quote Harsh, "The watershed of the campaign occurred on the evening of September 12th and the morning of September 13th, when the Federals entered Frederick and McClellan set in motion the pursuit to the foot of South Mountain." The information in the lost orders did not materially affect the movements of the Federal Army on the 13th, except to cause Pleasanton and Burnside to approach Turner's Gap with greater caution. This perspective is too narrow in scope. McClellan did indeed already have Pleasanton, Franklin, and Burnside's command on the move before he read Lee's orders, but while some have declared the lost orders unimportant for this reason, their judgments do not accurately reflect the opinion of the general himself. Rebel movements observed by Pleasanton's men up to September 13th, as well as the numerous reports from Washington and Governor Curtin in Harrisburg, appear to indicate that Lee had set his sights on Colonel Miles' garrison, but they did not confirm it. The reported presence of Confederate troops near Hagerstown also forced McClellan to consider that Lee might still be intent on entering Pennsylvania. McClellan's understanding of the situation thus remained fluid until seeing Special Orders No. 191 clarified the operational picture. Reading Lee's orders provided Little Mac with key pieces of information, including multiple enemy targets and confirmation that Colonel Miles' force, not Chambersburg or points beyond it, faced the most immediate rebel threat. Not knowing these details before seeing Lee's orders forced McClellan to plan for multiple contingencies, whether it be pursuing the rebel army into Pennsylvania, advancing directly against it in Washington County, or attempting to push through Harper's Ferry to arrest a retreat by Lee toward Winchester. Upon reading Lee's orders, the slightly murky picture that McClellan had of Lee's positions took clear shape, galvanizing the Federal commander into a coordinated plan of action to attack the separate portions of Lee's army, and, depending on Miles' resistance, to relieve the garrison at Harper's Ferry. McClellan therefore ordered the 1st and 6th U.S. Cavalry to ride for Jefferson as part of an effort to open communications with Harper's Ferry, and he directed Captain William P. Sanders, commanding the 6th Cavalry, to establish contact with Alfred Pleasanton so the two men could synchronize their movements in Middletown Valley. He then sat down to compose a lengthy set of orders for Major General Franklin, whose 6th Corps on the Army of the Potomac's left flank south of Frederick provided the best option for attacking the pass over South Mountain closest to Harper's Ferry at Crampton's Gap. These instructions, time-stamped 6:20 p.m., outlined McClellan's response to reading Lee's dispatch, demonstrating that the general himself believed the information he gleaned was essential for planning the next phase of the Army's operations. With Burnside's 9th Corps already filling the road to Middletown, and the importance Lee placed on capturing Harper's Ferry now obvious, McClellan issued orders for the relief of Colonel Miles' beleaguered garrison before he received confirmation of Special Orders No. 191's contents from Alfred Pleasanton. The general clearly felt he could no longer wait for a reply from his cavalry commander before acting, which is not something a timid general officer afflicted with a case of the slows would have done. Telling Franklin, "I have now full information as to movements and intentions of the enemy," McClellan added that Lee had divided his army into 5 parts. He also reasoned that the Federal garrison at Harper's Ferry remained intact because cannon fire from the southwest shows that Miles still holds out. Little Mac then outlined his plan, stating that the whole of Burnside's command, including Hooker's corps, marched this evening and early tomorrow morning, followed by the corps of Sumner and Banks, Williams, and Sykes' division. McClellan explained to Franklin that he intended to strike the rebel army at Boonesboro and carry that position. Lost in most analyses of the 6:20 p.m. orders is the fact that McClellan intended the attack on Boonesboro to be both his main thrust against Lee and chronologically the first engagement to take place on September 14th. This is clear from the next series of instructions in the 6:20 p.m. orders. Informing Franklin that he had ordered Darius Couch's reduced division to join you as rapidly as possible, McClellan stipulated that the 6th Corps should not wait for the whole of that division to come up. Instead, Franklin was to move at daybreak by Jefferson and Burkittsville upon the road to Roarsville. Doing so would enable Franklin to seize Crampton's Gap over South Mountain and cut off, destroy, or capture McLaws' command and relieve Colonel Miles. That is, if the rebels did not defend the pass at Crampton's Gap. McClellan told Franklin he did not know if Confederate troops held positions near Burkittsville, writing, "If you find this pass, Crampton's, held by the enemy in large force, make all your dispositions for the attack and commence it about half an hour after you hear severe firing at the pass on the Hagerstown Pike, where the main body will attack." Continued McClellan, "My general idea is to cut the enemy in two and beat him in detail. I ask of you, at this important moment, all your intellect and the utmost activity that a general can exercise." Little Mac then concluded his 6:20 p.m. orders by telling the 6th Corps commander he was fully authorized to change any of the details of this order as circumstances may change, provided the purpose is carried out, that purpose being to attack the enemy in detail and beat him. Franklin took full advantage of the leeway given to him on the next day, describing in his campaign report how, in compliance with the instructions of the commanding general, the Corps advanced at about 5:30 to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 14th instant from a point 3 miles east of Jefferson in the direction of the Blue Ridge. 4 to 5 hours afterward, at 10:30 a.m., Franklin then wrote to McClellan, "General, finding a crossroad at this point, I sent a messenger. The head of my column is here well closed. I, however, have heard nothing from Couch and have waited for him as long as I think proper," indicating that despite Little Mac's exhortation for him not to wait for Couch, Franklin did so anyway, ensuring his attack would jump off later in the day than McClellan expected. The 6:20 p.m. orders reveal that McClellan intended to thrust Franklin's nearly 13,000-man command through the center, assuming Jackson remained at Harper's Ferry and Longstreet at Boonesboro, of the Confederate Army at Crampton's Gap after Burnside and the other commands had struck Longstreet and Hill's forces at Boonesboro. Successfully completing this two-pronged offensive would pin a large portion of the Army of Northern Virginia at the north end of Pleasant Valley, while the 6th Corps inserted itself between that portion and the two Confederate divisions under McLaws hemming in Harper's Ferry at Sandy Hook. Once he had entered Pleasant Valley and based on the evolving situation, Franklin could then pivot north to support Ambrose Burnside or turn south to confront Lafayette McLaws and Richard Anderson. As McClellan noted to Franklin, "If this pass, Crampton's Gap, is not occupied by the enemy in force, seize it as soon as practicable and debouch upon Roarsville in order to cut off the retreat of or destroy McLaws' command." Moving the 6th Corps beyond South Mountain would place it squarely within the center of Lee's scattered army entrapment laws between it and Miles' command, assuming the colonel still held Maryland Heights. Considered in total, the attack McClellan ordered Franklin to make amounted to an exceptionally aggressive move for a general commonly portrayed as meek and indecisive. Concerning the oft-voiced reproach of McClellan for not ordering Franklin to march on Burkittsville overnight, this critique overlooks the fact that Little Mac designed what amounted to a Corps-level perilous position than it already would be in once the 6th Corps moved into Pleasant Valley. The language in McClellan's 6:20 p.m. orders indicates that he considered the attack on Crampton's Gap to be a corollary to the main strike at Boonesboro. Accordingly, given the order of their importance in McClellan's plan, the general had Burnside's men march late into the night on September 13th to put him in place for a morning engagement on September 14th while Franklin's corps came up. In other words, McClellan did not leave Miles to wither on the vine by delaying Franklin's advance. Pinning Longstreet and Hill at Boonesboro before Franklin made his move proved to be an essential element of McClellan's plan that critics of the general have ignored in favor of blaming him for Colonel Miles' shameful surrender, as the Harper's Ferry Military Commission put it. McClellan did not confirm until the next day that Burnside's men would encounter D.H. Hill's troops atop South Mountain rather than on its western side. He did suspect it as a possibility, however, as evidenced in his September 13th warning for Pleasanton to approach Turner's Gap cautiously because the pass through the Blue Ridge may be disputed by 2 columns. Nothing about this diminishes the reality that as a result of reading Lee's orders on September 13th, McClellan ordered a 2-pronged assault on Lee's army. Whether these clashes erupted atop South Mountain or on its western slope made no difference. Within 30 minutes of sending his orders to Franklin, McClellan also instructed Darius Crouch to call in all your command that you have left behind along the Potomac, entrusting the guarding of the fords, etc., to the cavalry, and march at once for Jefferson to support General Franklin. Then at 8:45 p.m., McClellan ordered Sumner to move punctually at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, presumably in support of Burnside per the 6:20 p.m. orders, but possibly also to reinforce the 6th Corps should Franklin require it. As McClellan wrote to Franklin, I think the force you have is, with good management, sufficient for the end in view. If you differ widely from me, and being on the spot you know better than I do the circumstances of the case, inform me at once, and I will do my best to reinforce you. McClellan also took a moment at 8:45 p.m. to contact General-in-Chief Halleck and inform him of the situation. Writing, "We occupy Middletown and Jefferson," Little Mac addressed Halleck's ongoing concern about a possible rebel attack on Washington from Virginia. "The whole force of the enemy is in front of me," he stated. "They are not retreating into Virginia." He then advised the War Department to look well to Chambersburg. "Shall lose no time. Will soon have a decisive battle," indicating how, despite reading Lee's orders, McClellan still accepted the possibility of a rebel strike into Pennsylvania. At some point that evening, a messenger also rode up to Army headquarters with a response from Pleasanton, verifying what McClellan had learned in the lost orders. "As near as I can judge, the order of march of the enemy has been followed as closely as circumstances would permit," revealed the cavalry commander, thus confirming the assumptions McClellan had relied on to develop his plans for the next day, which probably gave the general some relief. McClellan's 8:45 p.m. missive to Halleck radiates confidence, something Brigadier General John Gibbon attested to some years later. Having arrived at Army headquarters near sundown, Gibbon remained there until well after dark waiting to speak with McClellan. As it grew later and only 1 or 2 staff officers remained in the tent, recalled Gibbon, General McClellan expressed himself freely in regard to his movements, and, taking from his pocket a folded paper, he said, Here is a paper with which, if I cannot whip Bobby Lee, I will be willing to go home." He spoke cheerfully and confidently and added, "I will not show you the document now, but there, turning down one of the folds, is the signature, showing R.H. Keighton, Adjunct General, and it gives the movement of every division of Lee's army. Tomorrow we will pitch into his center, and if you people will only do 2 good days' hard marching, I will put Lee in a position he will find hard to get out of." Gibbon's statement further underscores the value McClellan placed on the intelligence he had gleaned from reading the lost orders. The general obviously thought seeing the document changed the game in his favor, although executing his plan would not be without complications, because resistance had already arrived in the form of a dispatch from Henry Halleck. In it, the general-in-chief signaled his strong disapproval of McClellan's order to remove Darius Couch's division from guarding the Potomac fords and march it to the main army. Despite having more than 84,000 troops present in and around the Washington defenses, the skittish Halleck claimed he had no force to replace Couch's, and he warned McClellan not to uncover the capital or to underestimate the danger that Lee intended to draw the Federal Army north into Pennsylvania, then dart south to attack Washington from Virginia. McClellan responded forcefully to this dispatch in a message time-stamped 11 p.m., informing Halleck that an order from General R.E. Lee has accidentally come into my hands this evening, that is, afternoon in 19th century parlance, the authenticity of which is unquestionable. McClellan explained to the rattled general-in-chief that it discloses some of the plans of the enemy and shows most conclusively that the main rebel army is now before us. General Pleasanton's frontline observations and the sound of heavy artillery firing from the southwest, wrote McClellan, confirmed that Lee had split his army into 2 multiple columns to capture Harper's Ferry. There is but little probability of the enemy being in much force south of the Potomac, McClellan argued. I do not by any means wish to be understood as undervaluing the importance of holding Washington, but upon the success of this army the fate of the nation depends. It was for this reason that I said everything else should be made subordinate to placing this army in proper condition to meet the large rebel force in our front. This remarkable telegram indicates how, unlike earlier in the campaign when he had taken into account Halleck's concerns about the possibility of a Confederate attack on Washington while he moved north, McClellan now doubled down on his offensive strategy by arguing the value of pushing his army with the maximum force available to meet the enemy at South Mountain. Orders McClellan sent out shortly afterward further confirm his resolve. At 11:30 p.m., in accordance with what he had earlier written to Franklin, he instructed General Hooker to march his First Corps to Middletown at daylight. Then he directed Brigadier General George Sykes to move his 5th Corps Division punctually at 6 o'clock in the morning in rear of Hooker and in advance of Sumner. 15 minutes later, McClellan ordered Burnside to investigate rumors that a large body of rebel cavalry had been spotted operating north of Frederick, while at the same time he responded to an earlier message from Governor Curtin by asking him to concentrate Pennsylvania state militia troops at Chambersburg to keep Lee boxed in and to look out for rebels near Gettysburg, an obvious reference to the cavalry after which he had sent Burnside prowling. It is only when all of this was said and done that General McClellan finally sat down to compose his famous Midnight Trophies message to Abraham Lincoln. Writing that he had the whole rebel force before him, McClellan assured the president that no time shall be lost in pursuing it. Lee had, he continued, made a gross mistake in dividing his army, and he will be severely punished for it. The army is in motion as rapidly as possible. I hope for a great success if the plans of the rebels remain unchanged. We have possession of Catoctin Mountain, not captured by Pleasanton until 1 p.m. I have all the plans of the rebels, and will catch them in their own trap if my men are equal to the emergency. Lastly, added McClellan, the forces of Pennsylvania should be placed to cooperate at Chambersburg, a reference to the missive he dispatched to Curtin at 11:45 p.m., and the look well to Chambersburg caution sent to Halleck at 8:45 p.m. Closing with, "We'll send you trophies," McClellan added, "All well, and with God's blessing we'll accomplish it." Multiple points in the midnight message make it clear that George McClellan summed up the situation as it stood at the very end of the day on September 13th, not as it had appeared at noon. He confirmed possession of Lee's orders, verified he had taken steps to exploit them, established that his army held Catoctin Mountain, referenced his 8:45 p.m. dispatch to Halleck concerning Chambersburg, and cited content in the message he sent to Governor Curtin 15 minutes earlier. McClellan had at that moment every reason to feel optimistic. With Burnside's command converging on Middletown, Franklin's 6th Corps ordered to advance on Crampton's Gap in the morning, and Hooker's 1st Corps, Sykes' division, and potentially Sumner's wing of the 2nd Corps, as well as the 12th Corps, prepared to support the attack where needed, he had put all of the pieces in place to effectively pounce on the fragmented pieces of Lee's army early the next day. Chapter 5. September 14th through 15th, 1862, where the blame rests for the fall of Harper's Ferry. Critics of George McClellan have raised numerous complaints over the years about the general's performance in Maryland. Thanks to the libel voiced by Henry Halleck during the inquiry of the Harper's Ferry Military Commission and weaponized by William Swinton in 1864, they have repeatedly blasted McClellan for marching too slowly to have relieved Colonel Miles' beleaguered garrison before it surrendered on September 15th. Due to the honest mistake made by Jacob Cox several decades after the war that McClellan came into possession of Lee's orders at noon on September 13th, a claim repeatedly emphasized by Stephen Sears and others a century later, they have also criticized the general for dawdling indecisively before moving to help Miles. According to those critics, Little Mac wasted 18 hours that he could have used to advance his army. Then, even after his success at South Mountain, those same critics lambasted McClellan for not following up his victory rapidly enough on September 15th. This study has examined each of these subjects in turn, demonstrating the myth of Army of the Potomac's slow advance on Frederick, showing how the possession of Special Orders No. 191 by McClellan before noon is flat-out incorrect, and proving that McClellan responded aggressively to reading Lee's orders by ordering a two-pronged en-echelon attack on the rebel army within only 4 hours of receiving them, despite believing the Confederate force to be numerically stronger than his own. Concerning the surrender of Harper's Ferry, Henry Halleck pinned responsibility for saving the garrison on McClellan only on September 12th. Before that date, Little Mac had counseled repeatedly that Miles' men should be removed. His warnings fell on deaf ears, however, due to either the stubbornness or incompetence of the general-in-chief. But what about the brief 2 days that McClellan had the authority to command Colonel Miles and his men? Could he realistically have contacted and rescued the Federal garrison during those 48 hours? McClellan himself certainly thought it was possible. As early as September 11th, the general had ordered his cavalry to make contact with Miles, even asking Alfred Pleasonton if he could, without too much risk, send a small party to communicate with Harper's Ferry by the south side of the Potomac. Upon learning on September 12th that he could order Miles to evacuate his position if he managed to open communications with the ferry, McClellan again immediately ordered his cavalry to open contact with Miles, and when it advanced into Middletown Valley on the following day, to fire artillery at frequent intervals as a sign that relief was at hand. Then, after reading Lee's orders shortly before 3 p.m. on September 13th, he promptly devised a plan for attacking the South Mountain gaps, including Crampton's Gap near Burkittsville, with the intention of punching into Pleasant Valley to rescue Miles and his men. McClellan's minimum expectation of Miles was that he would hold Maryland Heights, the 1,400-foot ridge which towered over Harper's Ferry. Reno's Ninth Corps spearheaded the advance that afternoon, marching west on the National Pike through Hagen's Gap and filling the road until well after midnight. Further south, Franklin acknowledged at 10 p.m. that he had received McClellan's orders to break through to Miles after he had sent the balance of William F. Smith's 2nd Division over the Catoctin Range to position them at Jefferson for an early start on the following day. When Little Mac finally retired in the early hours of September 14th, he felt sure that even though he had heard nothing from Miles, he had done all in his power to alert the Harper's Ferry garrison to his advance and set the wheels in motion for a powerful attack on the enemy that would ultimately lift the rebel siege. After only a 2-hour break, the Army of the Potomac's advance from Frederick resumed at 3 a.m. on September 14th when Colonel Harrison Fairchild's brigade, the last of Major General Reno's 8th Ninth Corps brigades to remain east of the Catoctin Range, roused from a short slumber. Footsore from having marched all the way to Jefferson Pass and then back again on September 13th, Fairchild's men had only a brief opportunity to rest before getting back onto the road. It seemed as though they had scarcely rolled themselves in their blankets ere the order came to fall in, which was obeyed with the greatest reluctance, recalled one member of the brigade. Fairchild's weary men led the Federal column out of Frederick on this day's march, and as they moved, buglers blared and drummers beat reveille into the cool night air to wake the rest of the army. By sunrise, the men of Hooker's 1st Corps had begun flowing through the city on the National Road, and then over Hagen's Gap, while troops in the other corps waited their turn to follow. Pleasanton's troops scouted Fox's Gap at roughly the same time, investigating the place where the old Sharpsburg Road crossed over South Mountain. Near the summit, the Federals encountered the 5th Virginia Cavalry under Colonel Thomas Rosser, supported by a 2-gun section from Captain John Pelham's horse artillery and a brigade of North Carolina troops under the command of Brigadier General Samuel Garland. Pleasanton soon realized his troops could not handle rebel infantry, so he called on Jacob Cox to bring up his nearby Kanawha Division. These 2 brigades of Buckeye troops hit Garland's men in the right flank and center, driving them back in only 3 hours and temporarily opening the old Sharpsburg Road before reinforcements arrived that afternoon to stabilize the rebel position. Back in Frederick, General McClellan had taken up pen and ink to write his wife before the fighting on South Mountain erupted at 9 a.m., informing Mary Ellen, "I have only time to say good morning this bright sunny Sunday, and then start to the front to try to relieve Harper's Ferry, which is sorely pressed by secesh." McClellan wrote, "It is probable that we shall have a serious engagement today, and perhaps a general battle. If we have one at all during this operation, it ought to be today or tomorrow. I feel as reasonably confident of success as anyone well can who trusts in a higher power and does not know what its decision will be." McClellan revealed in this letter that he fully expected a fight that day. Not only had he cautioned Alfred Pleasanton on the previous afternoon that the pass through the Blue Ridge may be disrupted by 2 columns, he also informed William Franklin of the orders he gave for Ambrose Burnside to carry, that is, assault and take, the enemy position that he expected to find ahead of Boonesboro after reading Lee's orders. The mention of Boonesboro in Lee's orders did not imply that Little Mac thought Lee would cede the pass at Turner's Gap without a fight. As McClellan told Franklin, he expected the 6th Corps to coordinate its attack on Crampton's Gap after you hear severe firing at the pass on the Hagerstown Pike where the main body will attack. While he watched Hooker's long column flow westward and listened for the sound of artillery to boom out beyond the Catoctin range, McClellan still had no information about Colonel Miles. A stroke of luck changed that when an intrepid officer from Harper's Ferry rode into the encampment with an aide after a difficult ride through enemy lines. This man, Captain Charles Russell, bore important news. Miles still held out, he told McClellan, recalling the details of their journey. Russell had hand-picked 9 men to accompany him and departed from Harper's Ferry after dark on September 13th. Following a long, circuitous ride, said Russell, they came to South Mountain where they ran into an enemy picket line. We got around them by taking a road through the woods, explained the captain, and then we went directly over the center of South Mountain until I reached Middletown. I reported there to General Reno. He gave me a fresh horse and directed me to report to General McClellan. Russell finally reached Army headquarters at the Steiner Farm around 9 a.m. on September 14th, or just about the time that the first cannon fire erupted at Fox's Gap. Reporting to Little Mac that Colonel Miles could hold out 48 hours, Russell clarified that the garrison had subsistence for 48 hours before informing McClellan Maryland Heights had been evacuated. Incredulous that Miles had sacrificed the key position defending Harper's Ferry, McClellan asked Russell if Colonel Miles held Loudon Heights on the far side of the Shenandoah River. He did not, replied the captain. Little Mac then stated, according to Russell, that General Franklin was on his way to relieve that garrison, and he immediately sent off a messenger to General Franklin to urge him forward. Finally, McClellan inquired if Russell thought he could get back to Colonel Miles, to which the captain responded, I told him I did not think I could. McClellan then concluded the exchange by sending Russell to Franklin to personally offer the general assistance concerning local terrain and roads in case he needed it. Russell's testimony makes clear that as of 9 a.m. on September 14th, General McClellan confidently expected that Colonel Miles would hold out until we had carried the mountain passes and were in condition to send a detachment to his relief. The key date for the general at this point became the morning of September 16th, because this is when Miles had estimated his men would run out of food and be compelled to surrender. Little did McClellan know that he and Franklin had less than half that time to rescue the surrounded garrison. Miles would instead hoist the white flag within 24 hours, a full day sooner than he had promised to hold out. In the meantime, the primary task for Little Mac remained defeating the enemy forces defending Turner's, Fox's, and Crampton's gaps. Following his interview with Russell, McClellan attended to business at his headquarters. Hooker's column continued to make its way over Hagen's Gap. George Sykes' division of regular Army troops filed onto the turnpike behind them, and Sumner's 2nd Corps and Williams' 12th Corps, the men of which had been awake since 3 a.m., tried unsuccessfully to work their way forward too. One of Sumner's soldiers recalled his frustration at the initially fruitless march, complaining that, although his unit left camp early, they did not make much headway as we went some distance on the wrong road and had to turn back almost to our starting point. Another wrote that the delay along the road was one of the worst I ever saw. Lee, too, had experienced a similar delay 4 days earlier when he had to squeeze his own army through the Hagen's Gap choke point, taking more than a day and a half to move more than 60,000 men from Frederick into Middletown Valley. Now McClellan needed some 48,000 men to work their way through the gap to support Burnside. Fortunately, he had already sent Burnside and Pleasanton's combined 15,000-man force over the mountain on the late afternoon and night of September 13th. A second rough and little-used road crossed the Catoctin Ridge at Shookstown several miles to the north, but this route veered away from the fight on South Mountain. Little Mac needed options to bypass the bottleneck. He therefore sent orders for Sumner to march his army wing, including the 2nd and 12th Corps, to Middletown via the Shookstown Pass. Once over the mountain, Sumner's men would need to cut across fields and woods to get back to the National Road. Taking this circuitous route ensured that they would miss the fight on September 14th, although McClellan did not know this at the time. With these arrangements complete, the general finally took to the saddle between 10 and 10:30 a.m. According to Colonel Strother, McClellan and his entourage rode rapidly to Burnside's headquarters at Middletown, a journey that took them approximately 1 hour despite the traffic filling the road. To the south, meanwhile, Henry Slocum's 1st Division of Franklin's 6th Corps moved promptly at daylight, marching 5 miles over Catoctin Mountain to Jefferson, where it reunited with Smith's waiting 2nd Division. Franklin then pushed his men another mile west, driving off rebel pickets along Catoctin Creek before halting his command at a rural crossroad 3 miles from Burkittsville to await a portion of Darius Crouch's division. "The head of my column is here and well closed," he wrote to McClellan at 10:30 a.m. "I, however, have heard nothing from Couch and have seen nothing of him. I have waited for him as long as I think proper. I shall capture the pass as soon as I arrive at it, and will let you know what occurs as frequently as possible." Resuming his advance with Slocum in the fore, Franklin reached Burkittsville at noon, about 2 hours after the morning's fight between Cox and Garland ended at Fox's Gap 5 miles to the north. Skirmishers from the 6th Corps then traded shots with Confederate troops at the base of Crampton's Gap, which Franklin observed was occupied by the enemy in force. While positioning his command for its attack, Franklin sent McClellan another dispatch at 12:30 p.m., informing him, "I think from appearances that we may have a heavy fight to get the pass." Upon arriving at Burnside's headquarters just east of Middletown, McClellan likely found Franklin's 10:30 a.m. message waiting for him, replying to it in an 11:45 a.m. message with an update on the 9th Corps' progress. Informing him that Miles had abandoned Maryland Heights, McClellan urged the 6th Corps' commander in strong terms to bear in mind the necessity of relieving Colonel Miles if possible. Rescuing Harper's Ferry clearly continued to preoccupy Little Mac even as the fight for South Mountain progressed. Colonel Strother, always an astute witness to the events, found the general apprehensive in regard to Miles during his visit to Burnside's headquarters. The general even called on the colonel to find a man true and reliable to go to Harper's Ferry to carry a message to Miles. Strother had no luck identifying a volunteer, but Allen Pinkerton, McClellan's civilian chief of Secret Service, eventually found 3 local men willing to take copies of this message from McClellan to the besieged Colonel Miles. "Colonel, the army is being rapidly concentrated here at Middletown. We are now attacking the pass on the Hagerstown Road over the Blue Ridge. A column is about attacking the Burkittsville and Boonesboro Pass. You may count on our making every effort to relieve you. You may rely upon my speedily accomplishing that object. Hold out to the last extremity. If it is possible, reoccupy the Maryland Heights with your whole force. If you can do that, I will certainly be able to relieve you. As the Catoctin Valley is in our possession, you can safely cross the river at Berlin or its vicinity, so far as opposition on this side of the river is concerned. Hold out to the last." This missive makes clear both McClellan's concern for the safety of Miles' men and the fact that as of about 2 p.m. on September 14th, he had still not heard any firing from the direction of Burkittsville. McClellan finally received Franklin's 12:30 p.m. message about that time. Responding to it immediately, he ordered the general to send back to hurry up Couch. "Mass your troops and carry Burkittsville at any cost." Little Mac informed the 6th Corps' commander that he anticipated strong opposition at both passes. probably referring to Fox's and Turner's gaps, and promised to hold a reserve in readiness to support the 6th Corps if Franklin found the enemy in his front in great force. Amuse them, the rebels, as best you can, so as to retain them there, continued the general. In that event, I will probably throw the mass of the army on the pass in front of here. If I carry that, it will clear the way for you, and you must then follow the enemy as rapidly as possible. For the second time that day, McClellan had urged the 6th Corps' commander to press the rebels with vigor and push through them into Pleasant Valley. After sending his orders to Franklin, McClellan rode from Middletown to a ridge near the hamlet of Bolivar to observe the fighting. Riding up to Hooker's men as they moved into position that afternoon, McClellan called out, "Boys, you have driven the enemy from those hills," referring to Cox's successful assault at Fox's Gap, "and now you must follow them up. Yes, boys, follow them up." A New York Herald newspaperman who witnessed the scene recounted how these words steeled the men for the task ahead. From that moment, the troops seemed to have been inspirited with new life, he wrote, perhaps a bit theatrically, for they fought like tigers, and the result was a glorious victory. McClellan then observed both Reno's renewed assault on Fox's Gap to his left and Hooker's attack on the heights overlooking Turner's Gap to the right. During this contest, we could hear heavy thugs of cannon and musketry from Franklin's attack at the Burkittsville Pass, noted Colonel Strother, who stood with the general on the ridge just east of South Mountain. The mention of gunfire by Strother indicated that McClellan could hear Franklin finally open his attack on Crampton's Gap at about 3 p.m. Advancing the 3 brigades of Slocum's 1st Division against the right and center of the Confederate position along a stone wall at the base of the gap, the Federals struggled at first to dislodge the rebel defenders. Soon, however, with the support of 2 brigades from Baldy Smith's division, the weight of their numbers told, forcing the Confederates to retreat up the east side of the mountain and then over the gap into Pleasant Valley. Slocum's elated men continued their pursuit until darkness finally ended the chase. By nightfall, recalled Franklin after the war, the men of General Slocum's division held both the east and west sides of Crampton's Gap, occupying a position that Franklin later described as astride of the mountain. 2 brigades of Smith's division, the 2nd Brigade of Brigadier General William T.H. Brooks, and 3rd Brigade of Colonel William Irwin held the ridge itself, and the 1st Brigade under Brigadier General Winfield Scott Hancock stationed at the base of the mountain near Burkittsville. As for Darius Couch, elements of his understrength division finally joined Franklin at about 10 p.m. following a 16-mile march from Licksville. William Franklin and his men had much to celebrate after night fell on September 14th. Since dawn, Slocum's division had marched more than 14 miles, surmounted the Catoctin Range, fought a stoutly posted rebel force, and pursued the fleeing enemy over South Mountain. Yet more tough work lay ahead for Franklin to relieve the Harper's Ferry garrison. 7 miles and a narrow defile between the churning Potomac River and sheer cliffs of Maryland Heights still separated the 6th Corps from Miles' besieged command. More importantly, Franklin now had to contend with Lafayette McLaws and Richard H. Anderson's divisions in Pleasant Valley. Although Slocum's attack on Crampton's Gap had wrecked 2 rebel brigades, McLaws still possessed 8 additional infantry brigades, 2 cavalry brigades under Jeb Stuart, and ample artillery support to slow or repel any Federal advance. McLaws himself arrived on the west side of Crampton's Gap to assess the situation just as the sun went down on September 14th. He rallied the remnants of his 2 broken brigades and brought up 4 of his 8 remaining brigades to form a solid defensive line on the hills across the 1.5-mile-wide Pleasant Valley. The only way Franklin could rescue Miles and his men would be to fight through these veteran Confederate troops. Darkness had fallen 2 hours earlier by the time the struggle finally ceased on McClellan's end of the line. Burnside's troops had taken Fox's Gap and seized the heights above Turner's Gap, pushing back both of the rebel defenders' flanks. Although Little Mac had good reason to be optimistic at this point, absolute victory still eluded him. The question tonight was whether the enemy would retire during the night or reinforce and dispute the pass, wrote Colonel Strother, reasoning. He, Lee, evidently considers the point of great importance and seems very reluctant to yield it. Assuming the Confederates would hold their position on the following day, McClellan called up troops still working their way toward the front. The 2nd and 12th Corps had spent all of September 14th in a grueling trek over the Catoctons and across the countryside to Middletown. It was a very hard march, confided a veteran captain with the 108th New York, a part of the 2nd Corps' 3rd Division, to his diary at the end of the day. The long blue column finally returned to the National Road around dusk as the fighting around Turner's and Fox's Gaps raged. Despite the onset of darkness, McClellan directed Sumner to move his army wing into supporting positions along the line of battle, resulting in the men of the 2 corps stumbling up the steep and rocky mountainside so they could be in position for a resumption of the assault at dawn. We marched and halted and marched, filed right, filed left, and climbed up the foot of the mountain, wrote Lieutenant John M. Gould of this exhausting work. Then we jumped brooks, tumbled through cornfields, and finally halted after midnight in a field well up in Turner's Gap, having marched, some said, 10 and some 20 miles. The men were completely played out, and straggled worse than ever they did under Pope. McClellan, in the meantime, retired a short distance to the rear to rest for the night. Then sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. on September 15th, he finally received word of Franklin's success at Crampton's Gap. Dictating a response to his aide-de-camp, Colonel George Ruggles, McClellan directed Franklin to occupy with your command the road from Roarsville to Harper's Ferry, placing a sufficient force at Roarsville to hold that position in case it should be attacked by the enemy from Boonesboro. He then turned to the subject of Harper's Ferry, instructing Franklin to open communications with Colonel Miles if he could, while attacking and destroying such of the enemy as you may find in Pleasant Valley. Should you succeed in opening communication with Colonel Miles, direct him to join you with his whole command, with all the guns and public property he can carry with him. The remainder of the guns will be spiked or destroyed. The rest of the public property will also be destroyed. Once Franklin had accomplished this, McClellan directed him to proceed to Boonesboro, which place the commanding general intends to attack tomorrow, and join the main body of the army at that place. Should you find, however, that the enemy has retreated from Boonesboro towards Sharpsburg, you will endeavor to fall upon him and cut off his retreat. Based on movements undertaken by his command the next morning, it is definite that Franklin received McClellan's overnight instructions. Hancock's brigade and Couch's division marched out of Burkittsville for Crampton's Gap at dawn, while Smith's division shook out skirmishers for a cautious advance toward Harper's Ferry. The roar of heavy artillery fire rolled up the valley as Franklin himself passed through Crampton's Gap at 7 a.m. It is here that he first glimpsed McLaws' line of battle. I had a good view of the enemy's force below, he recalled later, which seemed to be well posted on hills stretching across the valley. Per McClellan's overnight directive, the general had ordered 2 of Couch's 3 brigades 3 miles north to Roarsville to guard against the possibility that Lee's force retreating from Boonesboro could attack him on the right flank that morning. Following this, Franklin pushed Hancock's brigade down the valley to support Smith. Reverberations of cannon fire from Harper's Ferry continued to echo across the landscape as Franklin rode to the western foot of South Mountain. Joining the 2nd Division's commander to get a closer look at the rebel line, Franklin and Smith concluded within a short time that it would be suicidal to attack it. Then the artillery at Harper's Ferry fell silent, prompting Franklin to write McClellan at 8:50 a.m., "The enemy is drawn up in line of battle about 2 miles to our front, 1 brigade in sight. As soon as I am sure that Roarsville is occupied, I shall move forward to attack the enemy. This may be 2 hours from now. If Harper's Ferry has fallen and the cessation of firing makes me fear that it has, it is my opinion that I should be strongly reinforced." Although he did not know it for sure, Franklin correctly suspected that Miles had surrendered. The capitulation took place after Federal officers signaled an intent to negotiate. General Julius White then went out in place of the mortally wounded Miles and met with Jackson between the lines to unconditionally surrender the garrison at 8 a.m. Back at McClellan's headquarters, the general met with Burnside early on the morning of September 15th. McClellan wanted the Rhode Islander to stay with him until definitive news came in about Franklin's attack, but as he later recounted, Burnside begged me to let him go, saying that his corps had been some time in motion, and if he delayed longer, he would have difficulty in overtaking it, so I let him go. McClellan then learned shortly after Burnside's departure that Franklin had seized Crampton's Gap, and, better yet, that Lee had withdrawn his force from Fox's and Turner's Gaps. Immediately, Little Mac ordered a pursuit. He instructed Burnside to advance the 4 divisions of the 9th Corps, now under the command of Jacob Cox due to the untimely death of Jesse Reno as night fell on September 14th, along with Sykes's division on the road direct to Sharpsburg. Ordering Burnside to stay in contact with Hooker and Sumner on his right and Franklin on his left, McClellan wanted the Rhode Islander to provide support to either until it could be confirmed that the Confederates did not intend to defend Boonesboro. If the rebel retreat continued toward the Potomac River, Burnside was to advance via the old Sharpsburg Road and cut off the enemy's route to safety on the Shepherdstown Pike. General McClellan desires to impress upon you the necessity for the utmost vigor in your pursuit, read the orders, leaving Burnside no room for interpretation. Another order dictated by Little Mac then directed the 1st Division, 2nd Corps of Major General Israel Richardson at 9:30 a.m. to advance on Boonesboro, trailed closely by Hooker's 1st Corps, and afterward by the balance of Sumner's 2nd Corps and all of Williams' 12th Corps. Within a short time after issuing these orders, Little Mac learned that instead of fighting for Boonesboro as expected, Lee had marched his battered force west towards Sharpsburg. McClellan instructed Sumner to push on after the enemy as rapidly and far as possible, keeping your corps well in hand and doing them all the injury possible. The general then sent an elated message to Henry Halleck confirming his army's victory. "I am happy to inform you that Franklin's success on the left was as complete as that on the center and right," he wrote, resulting in his getting possession of the Burkittsville Gap after a severe engagement. Colonel Strother conveyed the delight at headquarters to his diary on September 15th, writing, "The morning news has assured us of further success. Franklin has forced the pass at Burkittsville, and gangs of rebel prisoners are occasionally seen passing toward Frederick." Lastly, McClellan wrote Franklin to announce Lee's retreat, informing him that much is left by the commanding general to your judgment, trusting that you will act promptly and vigorously and complete the success thus far gained. Rescuing Harper's Ferry still seemed within McClellan's grasp if Franklin could only get through to Colonel Miles, but the news coming in soon hinted to the general that all was not as well as it had seemed. First, a telegram from Governor Curtin announced the glorious news that 1,300 cavalry had escaped from Harper's Ferry overnight. Curtin relayed to McClellan that fighting has been going on for 2 days at Harper's Ferry, The enemy occupied Maryland and Loudoun Heights and were planting their cannon in front of Bolivar Heights all day yesterday. Ominously, though, Curtin then noted that Colonel Benjamin Franklin Davis, the leader of the cavalry breakout, says he thinks Colonel Miles will surrender this morning. General Franklin's 8:50 a.m. dispatch arrived soon after this, reporting that the gunfire at Harper's Ferry had gone quiet, and a large Confederate force blocked his path down Pleasant Valley. McClellan, then in Turner's Gap, responded to Franklin at 1:20 p.m. with the assurance that he would instruct Burnside and Sykes to communicate with you at Roarsville and, if necessary, reinforce you. Not knowing for certain if Miles had already surrendered, he implored Franklin to drive in the enemy in your front, but be cautious in doing it until you have some idea of his force. McClellan further directed the 6th Corps' commander to closely but warily follow up their success so far and attack whenever you see a fair chance of success. McClellan got on the road to Boonesboro soon after this, temporarily establishing his headquarters at that place until late in the afternoon, when he rode to Keedysville to confer with Joseph Hooker. The 1st Corps' commander, along with other sources, reported in the afternoon that the rebels had unexpectedly formed a new formidable line of battle on the far side of Antietam Creek in front of Sharpsburg. Another dispatch from Franklin, time-stamped 11 a.m., soon followed, informing Little Mac, "The enemy is in large force in my front, in 2 lines of battle stretching across the valley, and a large column of artillery and infantry on the right of the valley looking toward Harper's Ferry." Franklin claimed that the rebels outnumber me 2-1, concluding it will, of course, not answer to pursue the enemy under these circumstances. The 6th Corps' commander assured McClellan he would communicate with Burnside as soon as possible. "In the meantime, I shall wait here until I learn what is the prospect of reinforcement. I have not the force to justify an attack on the force I see in front. I have had a very close view of it, and its position is very strong." Receiving this message must have come as a severe disappointment for George McClellan. Flush with victory and believing he had the enemy on the run, it now became evident that Harper's Ferry had fallen. McClellan accordingly dictated a response to Franklin at 4:30 p.m., ordering him to withdraw the 2 brigades left at Roarsville and order them to join you, doing your best to hold your position without attacking unless you should see a very favorable opportunity. Then he revealed his thinking on the situation. It is his, General McClellan's, desire to concentrate everything this evening on the force at or near Sharpsburg, and he will be satisfied if you keep the enemy in your front without anything decisive until the Sharpsburg affair is settled, when he will at once move troops directly to your assistance, and also to endeavor to cut off the enemy in your front. Confirmation of Miles' surrender finally arrived late in the afternoon. After learning from Franklin that the enemy McLaws has begun to retreat, Smith is in pursuit with a brigade and battery and will do good service, McClellan read the note's postscript. "I hear from General Smith that the enemy is drawing off through the valley too fast for him." A second message from Franklin, time-stamped 15 minutes later, then verified what the general had suspected at 8:50 a.m., that Miles had capitulated. "I send with the guard an aide-de-camp of General J.E.B. Stuart, who says that he was bearing a message from General Jackson to General Lee at Keedysville, that the white flag was raised at Harper's Ferry this morning at 9:30, and that he was to take possession immediately." McClellan verified receiving this message at 9 p.m. By this time, however, it had also become clear that the belated substantiation of Harper's Ferry's fate had freed Jackson to march to Lee's relief. It remained uncertain if Lee would retreat across the Potomac on the following morning to meet Jackson, or if he would stand in Maryland and call Stonewall to him. All of this became clear after a heavy fog lifted late on the morning of September 16th, when the presence of Confederate troops east of Sharpsburg indicated that Lee had gone nowhere, setting the stage for what McClellan would the next day call the most terrible battle of the war along Antietam Creek. Conclusion. Evaluating McClellan's performance in Maryland up to the Battle of Antietam. By the time George McClellan definitively learned of Dixon-Miles' surrender on September 15th, 2 days and 6 hours had passed since he first read Robert E. Lee's plans. And even though the orders had been written 4 days earlier, McClellan nevertheless gleaned enough information on September 13th to strike the separate columns of Lee's army quickly and with confidence. Reading Special Orders Number 191 may have provided an opportunity to free Miles from Stonewall Jackson's chokehold, but it is questionable if McClellan could have ever really exploited this small window given the handicaps that Henry Halleck placed in his path. McClellan also counted on Miles mounting a determined defense against Jackson in order to buy time for his command, but this is something the aging colonel did not do. Even without a single Confederate blocking his way, General Franklin would have been hard-pressed in the 36 hours he had available, 21 of which were at night, to march his corps 20 miles from Buckystown, where he had first received McClellan's orders at about 8 p.m. on September 13th, to Harper's Ferry before Miles surrendered at 8 a.m. on September 15th. With the Harper's Ferry garrison in his hands, Jackson could move to wherever Lee needed him. By that time, the intelligence contained in the lost orders had outlived its usefulness. That his effort to save Harper's Ferry ended in failure must have come as a bitter disappointment for McClellan, considering the victories his army had won on September 14th. Regrettably, Colonel Miles could not be saved, and not because of any failure on McClellan's part. As Major General David Hunter, the president of the Harper's Ferry Military Commission, concluded 1 month later, Colonel Miles was unfit to conduct so important a defense as that of Harper's Ferry. This commission would not have dwelt upon this painful subject were it not for the fact that the officer who placed this incapable in command should share in the responsibility, and in the opinion of the commission, Major General Wool is guilty to this extent of a grave disaster, and should be censured for his conduct. The evidence thus introduced confirms the commission in the opinion that Harper's Ferry was prematurely surrendered. The garrison should have been satisfied that relief, however long delayed, would come at last, and that 1,000 men killed in Harper's Ferry would have made a small loss had the post been secured. Citing the testimony of General-in-Chief Halleck, and apparently ready to spread blame for the disaster, the commission elected to condemn George McClellan as well for moving too slowly to relieve Miles. Having received orders to repel the enemy invading the state of Maryland, wrote Hunter, McClellan marched only 6 miles per day on an average when pursuing the invading enemy. To this, Hunter added, the General-in-Chief also testifies that, in his opinion, General McClellan could and should have relieved and protected Harper's Ferry, and in this opinion the commission fully concur. Did McClellan deserve this censure on the part of the commission as far as Harper's Ferry was concerned? The evidence presented in this study leads emphatically to the conclusion that he did not. It reveals not only that the general marched his army at a faster pace than Halleck testified, it also demonstrates that McClellan designed an attack plan intended to lift the siege of Miles' command as rapidly as possible, and that he repeatedly urged William Franklin to press the enemy as hard as he could. Franklin's inability to break through to Harper's Ferry on September 15th did not result from any oversight on McClellan's part, or even on the part of Franklin himself. Miles simply did not resist for long enough to give Franklin a chance. Even as the 6th Corps' commander busily moved men into place for an attack on the detached command of Lafayette McLaws, Miles gave out, raising the white flag of capitulation and effectively ending his chance of escaping from the rebel trap. McClellan could have succeeded in lifting the siege of Harper's Ferry if Dix and Miles had shown more backbone. As of the hour on September 15th when Miles surrendered, McClellan still believed, based on Miles' own assertion, that he had until September 16th to relieve the garrison. Colonel Miles did not know if the messengers he had sent on Saturday night made it through enemy lines, but he did hear the roar of battle at Crampton's Gap. To again cite Captain Russell, in response to a question from Brigadier General Julius White concerning the possibility that the fighting at Crampton's Gap could be heard at Harper's Ferry, the captain stated unequivocally, "Yes, sir, unless the cannonading there at the ferry was very great." On September 14th, it was not. Consider on this subject the testimony of Lieutenant Henry Binney, Colonel Miles' aide-de-camp, who told the commission on October 7th, "We heard heavy firing on Sunday, September 14th, off in the direction of South Mountain. We heard firing on Saturday afternoon and on Sunday pretty much all day, also on Monday afternoon after the surrender." The only conclusion one can draw from this is that Dix and Miles experienced a failure of courage at precisely the time when he needed it most. With the rumble of battle north of Harper's Lee clear for all to hear on September 14th, a sound that any military man could reasonably judge represented an effort by McClellan's army to lift the siege, Miles nevertheless elected on the following morning to surrender his post. Blaming George McClellan for this outcome is totally unreasonable when the responsibility for it rested squarely on the shoulder of Dix and Miles, John Wool, Henry Halleck, and of course the determined and well-led Confederates under Stonewall Jackson. The thoroughly documented chain of events surrounding McClellan's receipt of the lost orders recounted here demands a reevaluation of the general's performance during the Maryland campaign. The evidence suggests not only that Little Mac did not dawdle upon reading Lee's orders, it also demonstrates that up to that point McClellan had handled his reconstituted army with consummate skill. Even before Lee's orders came to his attention on September 13th, McClellan had directed Alfred Pleasonton's cavalry to break through the passes at Catoctin Mountain. He had shepherded the 2nd Corps through Frederick and begun pushing the 9th Corps into Middletown Valley after Confederate defenses at Hagen's Gap collapsed at 1 p.m. McClellan had also concentrated the strung-out 1st Corps around Frederick in readiness for a renewed advance the next day. Then, once he had Lee's orders in his hands, McClellan issued instructions related directly to the information they contained before Pleasonton confirmed the rebel order of march. Little Mac ordered William Franklin to seize Crampton's Gap, and he directed Darius Couch to hurry his division forward at the expense of defending the Potomac crossings. When considered within the context of these events, a more measured understanding of how the lost orders fit into the history of the Maryland campaign comes into view. By the time they appeared at the Army of the Potomac's headquarters, McClellan had already developed a reasonably good idea that Lee's army occupied positions in Washington County, Maryland, and from the sound of cannon fire to the southwest, around Harper's Ferry. Intelligence received over the preceding days from the War Department and from Governor Curtin in Harrisburg also made it clear that Confederate troops had not crossed into Pennsylvania. If anything, columns of rebel soldiers had been seen crossing back into Virginia at Williamsport, which is why, as of September 12th, McClellan toyed with the idea of marching directly on Harper's Ferry and cutting through Jefferson County to arrest Lee's theoretical retreat at Winchester. What reading Lee's orders clarified to Little Mac were the movements of the rebel army, the intentions of its commander, and the fact that the rebel general had divided his force. McClellan knew there and then that he must strike Lee's forces as swiftly as possible, and he resolved to do so with Burnside's and Franklin's columns at South Mountain. More important still, he advanced his army and decided to attack Lee despite being hounded by Halleck about the fantastic possibility of a rebel attack on Washington from Virginia. The feckless general-in-chief proved to be a thorn in McClellan's side throughout the campaign in Maryland, admonishing his field commander to stop moving too fast toward Frederick in case Lee slipped his army back south of the Potomac to attack Washington. Halleck's role in slowing McClellan's pursuit of Lee has not been sufficiently acknowledged. Even after McClellan confirmed the presence of Lee's entire army in Maryland and around Harper's Ferry, Halleck admonished McClellan on September 13th for uncovering the capital, wiring him, "I am of the opinion that the enemy will send a small column toward Pennsylvania to draw your forces in that direction, then suddenly move on Washington with the forces south of the Potomac and those he may cross over." One day later, as McClellan's army engaged Lee's, Halleck cabled again to warn that scouts report a large force still on the Virginia side of the Potomac. If so, I fear you are exposing your left and rear. And on September 16th, with the Army of Northern Virginia gathering at Sharpsburg, Halleck complained to Little Mac, "As you give me no information in regard to the position of your forces, except that at Sharpsburg, of course I cannot advise. I think, however, you will find that the whole force of the enemy in your front has crossed the river. I fear now more than ever that they will recross at Harper's Ferry or below, and turn your left, thus cutting you off from Washington. This has appeared to me to be part of their plan, and hence my anxiety on the subject." With leadership in Washington, this faint-hearted nipping at his heels, it is remarkable that George McClellan managed to accomplish even what he did. Little Mac's attacks on September 14th did not destroy the Army of Northern Virginia. It did, however, put an end to any immediate plans that Lee might have had for further offensive action in Maryland. The lost orders contributed mightily to this outcome by quickening McClellan's resolve to punish Lee's overconfidence. Lee regained his balance at Sharpsburg, but on September 17th, McClellan followed up his victory at South Mountain by inflicting so many casualties on the Army of Northern Virginia that he eventually forced Lee to withdraw. This strategic victory shifted the war in the North's favor by allowing Lincoln to issue the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation on September 22nd. Elevating the abolition of slavery to an equivalent aim alongside restoration of the Union transformed the war into both a moral crusade and a national political imperative. This outcome never would have materialized had George McClellan, a general with a supposed case of the slows, as Lincoln once put it, not acted decisively throughout the Maryland campaign, and with particular aggression in Frederick, Maryland on September 13, 1862. Appendix A. Please note, Appendices B and C can be found in the print and e-book versions of this text. Telegraphic communications during the Army of the Potomac's march to South Mountain, September 6 through 13, 1862. One of the most enduring pieces of misinformation used to mar George McClellan's reputation over the years arose not out of spite or jealousy, but rather from an innocent telegraphic transmission error that remained unnoticed and unchallenged for more than 100 years. This error is, of course, the 12M notation made on McClellan's 12 midnight telegram sent to Abraham Lincoln from Frederick on September 13th. Announcing that he held Lee's plans and would send the president trophies, this message from McClellan arrived at the War Department only 2.35 hours after it had been sent. However, an Army telegraphic operator on duty at the time incorrectly recorded the incoming message as being sent more than 14 hours earlier at 12 m or noon. As will be explained in detail coming up, the operator probably made this mistake when he decoded the sent timestamp. Jacob Dolson Cox then noticed that the 12 m time of the message printed in the voluminous War of the Rebellion a compilation of the official records of the Union and Confederate armies, and wrote about it in his 1900 military memoir. Ever since that moment, historians and others used the erroneous information to spin grand tales of McClellan's incompetence, basing their narratives on the faulty assumption that timestamps delivered from War Department telegrams are infallible. The fact is that some of the timestamps on telegram copies are simply wrong due to human error, and those who refuse to accept this do so at the peril of their own professional reputation. There is no better place for an historian to begin researching the American Civil War than the official records mentioned previously. Besides holding thousands of after-action reports of battles and skirmishes, the official records contain correspondence between officials at the highest level of the Union and Confederate governments. Anyone using this vast collection of documents can read the most intimate and confidential conversations about strategy, intelligence, and orders between Civil War generals, politicians, the presidential cabinet, and even Abraham Lincoln himself. Most of the messages in the official records were sent by telegram, giving us a raw and unvarnished look at what decision-makers understood about their situations at the time. The telegrams printed in the official records typically provide the location where the message was written and the specific time it was sent. The telegraphic operator at the receiving end of the line usually marked the time when the messages came in, allowing us to see how long it took for each telegram to be transmitted. Sometimes the length of time it took for a message to be received revealed the distance a sender was from a telegraph station, as opposed to an indication of trouble with the wires themselves. When officers were in the field, telegram receive times usually ran longer because couriers required additional time to deliver each message to the closest operating telegraph station before it could be transmitted. With explicit timestamps and locations, telegrams provide historians an excellent means to establish time benchmarks to assemble and understand the order of any chain of events. This said, great care must be taken when using telegraph timestamps found in the official records because they are not always accurate. The only way to certify a timestamp is to review it on the original written message and compare it to the later printed version. Copies of many of these original messages can be found on microfilm at the Library of Congress or the National Archives. For some collections, like the McClellan papers, researchers can now view the microfilm online. If the microfilm is too difficult to read, a researcher can ask to view the original documents in person under the care of an archivist, as we have sometimes needed to do. Unfortunately, great numbers of original messages cannot be found. Many have been permanently lost over time. Some were undoubtedly destroyed during the war, while others probably still exist, but to this day remain in private hands. In 1864, as the Civil War raged on, the War Department began the Herculean task of compiling the official reports and correspondences of the U.S. armies, a process that would eventually take 63 years to complete. Compilers of the official records faced a daunting task. More often than not, the officers or officials who sent the telegraphic messages retained their original copies. Locating and collecting all these original telegrams presented a major challenge because it required the compilers to find the thousands of officers and officials who sent the telegrams, many of whom were dead, and, once located, to then ask each for permission to access their personal papers. The War Department needed a simpler solution. Compilers therefore decided to use the received telegraphic copies they had on file. This turned out to be no easy task either, as the high-stress environment in the War Department's telegraph room during the war years had left little time for telegrams to be properly filed away. David H. Bates, the manager of that office, recorded the hectic scene. The operators were fully occupied in the work of transmitting and receiving these messages over the wires, and the cipher operators in translating the more important ones into and out of cipher. There was no time to spare for the task of filing them away in an orderly, careful manner. From this loose collection of War Department telegram receipts, Major Albert E. H. Johnson, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton's private secretary, carefully organized and filed the thousands of messages he was able to locate so they could eventually be copied and published in the official records. Historians, including the authors of this book, rely heavily on the War Department copies of the original telegrams found in the official records because they are easily accessible and, being reduced to print, are easier to read than the handwritten originals. The drawback is that many of these copies cannot be trusted. An example of this issue can be found in the next telegram from George McClellan to Henry Halleck at midnight on September 11, 1862. McClellan's original telegram is clearly time-stamped 12 midnight, whereas the timestamp on the copy of the same telegram in the official records incorrectly reads noon. To learn how this mistake happened, it is first necessary to understand something about telegraphic operations during the Antietam campaign and how the process of sending and receiving telegrams worked. Quick communication from Washington to the outside world was vital for Lincoln and his military commanders. In the fall of 1862, only 2 telegraph lines connected the capital city to the rest of the Union. Both of these lines ran north out of the district. The first followed the country's oldest telegraph line northeast to Baltimore and beyond, along the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. As long as this line remained open, Lincoln could communicate with the rest of the northern states. The U.S. Army built the second telegraph line in late 1861 to keep Union commanders apprised of Confederate activity along the Potomac River. This line ran out of Washington, likely along 7th Street to Leesboro, Maryland. From there, the line turned west to Rockville, where it left the pike and continued along the rough road through Darnestown to Poolesville. Spurs off of this route went to Great Falls and Edwards Ferry. From Poolesville, the line followed roads north to Hyattstown, where the telegraph line returned to the Georgetown Pike and followed it northwest through Urbana and over the Monocacy River to the railroad tracks at Monocacy Junction. At this point, the telegraph line split in 3 directions. One line followed the B&O Railroad due east to Baltimore. Another line followed the B&O Railroad southwest of Point of Rocks, Harper's Ferry, and west into western Virginia and Ohio. The third hugged the short B&O Railroad spur north into Frederick City, then followed the National Pike to Williamsport, Hagerstown, and beyond. When Lee's army entered Maryland in 1862, it temporarily disrupted this carefully laid network. On the night of September 4th, Confederate forces began crossing the Potomac into Maryland, and over the next week, they occupied Frederick and the surrounding area. They cut the main telegraph line over the Monocacy River and completely destroyed the 3-mile-long spur into the city. Near the Monocacy, they made a small break in the line and skillfully concealed it to give the impression the line was still intact on that section. Sporadic damage may also have been done on the line from Poolesville to Monocacy Junction as J.E.B. Stuart's cavalry worked their way north from the Potomac River to Urbana. This appears to be the extent of damage to the telegraph line between Washington and Frederick during the occupation. On September 7th, the day after the Confederates first set foot in Frederick, George McClellan left the capital to set up his headquarters on the newly developing front. He wrote to his wife at 2:30 p.m., "I shall go to Rockville tonight and start out after the rebels tomorrow." Rockville lay along the macadamized, paved, Georgetown to Frederick Pike, the most direct route from Washington to Lee. Conveniently located where the telegraph line to Frederick crossed the pike, Rockville provided a central location where McClellan could be in close proximity to all three of his advancing Army wings, while at the same time he retained direct contact with the War Department by telegraph. During his 4-day stay there, McClellan sent and received a flurry of telegrams. A review of those sent from Rockville on September 11th revealed that messages traveling over fully functional wires took between 20 and 75 minutes to be received by the War Department. Singling out 2 of these telegrams provides an example of a typical timestamp error made later in the day. The first message is from McClellan to Halleck with a location stamp of Rockville and a timestamp of 12 m, noon, requesting the General-in-Chief to please order Peck's division, upon its arrival, to proceed at once to Rockville, where it will find orders for its further movements. Halleck responded to this request an hour later, wiring McClellan, "Peck's division will not be here for some days. Weber's troops will be sent forward as soon as they can get transportation. Why not order forward Porter's Corps or Sigel's? If the main force of the enemy is in your front, more troops can be spared from here." The second message is also to Halleck from McClellan. Stamped Rockville and 3:45 p.m., it asked for the general to please send forward all the troops you can spare from Washington, particularly Porter's, Heintzelman's, Sigel's, and all the other old troops. General Banks reports 72,000 troops in and about Washington. I will move my headquarters immediately. Shortly after sending this telegram, McClellan got on the road. Colonel Strother wrote in his diary of that day, "We moved about 4 o'clock across the fields to the Frederick Road, and McClellan's staff followed the turnpike for 9 miles to a little meadow near the Seneca, at a place shown on period maps as Middlebrook or Middleburg." Now at his new headquarters, McClellan resumed sending messages at 7 p.m. He wired at least 10 of these telegrams before midnight, with 6 going to his field commanders and 4 to Washington. All 10 messages bore the location heading Middleburg. McClellan's headquarters sat at the center of a 17-mile-long stretch of the Georgetown Turnpike where no telegraphic wire had been strung. According to their timestamps, the 4 telegrams he sent from Middleburg to the War Department took between 3.5 and 5 hours to be received, underscoring that it took couriers 3 hours to carry each message back to Rockville, then the same 20 minutes to 2 hours to get them through the wires to the War Department. Before midnight, McClellan received a much-anticipated response from President Lincoln, who had approved sending reinforcements, informing the general that Porter is ordered tonight to join you as quickly as possible. A second message from Halleck arrived after this, confirming that General Fitz John Porter's corps has been ordered to move tomorrow to Brookville, via Leesboro, to report to you for duty in the field. These 2 telegrams answered McClellan's noon and 3:45 p.m. telegrams sent earlier in the day. At 11:30 p.m., McClellan replied to Halleck, "I am much obliged to you for sending me Porter's corps, and should like the remainder of Key's corps, Peck's division, as soon as possible. I shall follow up the rebels as rapidly as possible." 30 minutes later, at midnight, McClellan again wrote to Halleck, this time with a suggestion for getting Porter's 5th Corps to the front more quickly. Stating he was informed by Mr. Garrett, president of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad previous to leaving Washington, that he could transport 28,000 infantry in one day in the cars under his control, McClellan continued, "In view of this, and the importance of having General Porter's command join me soon, I would suggest that it be sent by rail to Frederick. By this means it would reach me 2 days earlier than by making the overland march, and would be fresh on its arrival. Porter's trains might come by land. Both the 12 midnight timestamp on this last telegram and the Middlesbrough location stamp are accurate, and, judging by the content of this last message, it is clear that the midnight message concluded the sequence of telegrams between McClellan, Halleck, and Lincoln on September 11th. What makes this last document so interesting is that both Halleck's received copy of the telegram and the War Department copy have a timestamp of 12M, which means meridian or noon. The noon timestamp makes no sense, however, since McClellan had already sent a different telegram to Halleck at noon that day. No one would send two separate telegrams to the same person at that same time. Furthermore, at noon, McClellan had not yet left for Middleburg. So how did this 12M mistake happen? When McClellan handed the midnight message over to one of his three telegraphic operators, either A.H. Caldwell, Jesse H. Bunnell, or J.H. Emmerich, the man put it into cipher and transmitted it from headquarters. Putting a message into cipher involved four primary steps. 1. Rearranging the words of the message according to a common key held by operators at both ends of the line. 2. Adding random nonsensical words to the message. 3. Replacing sensitive names with code words. For instance, using cipher key number 9, Lincoln became the code word atom and McClellan became the code word axis. 4. Replacing times, including the timestamp, with code words. Again, referencing cipher key number 9, noon became the code word Mary and midnight became the code word Gertrude. Once McClellan's message had been transcribed into cipher, it no longer read 12 midnight. Instead, the word Gertrude stood in for the timestamp received at the War Department. A little more than 3.5 hours after McClellan finished his midnight message, 3 hours for the courier to deliver the message to the Rockville station, and 30 minutes for the message to be transmitted, one of the four operators at the War Department in Washington received and translated the message from cipher. This would have been done by either Albert B. Chandler, Charles A. Tinker, David H. Bates, or Frank Stewart. One of these four operators used his matching cipher key and a 7-column worksheet to put the words back in the correct order, discard the nonsensical words, and convert the code words back into their original names and times. With McClellan's September 11th 12 midnight telegram, however, an operator made a critical mistake translating the ciphered timestamp. Either one of McClellan's three operators in Middleburg had used the wrong code for the timestamp from the cipher key. The cipher keys for the time-related code words did not match between the two locations, or, most likely, one of the War Department operators made a simple mistake translating the coded timestamp back into the original time. Cipher keys changed frequently throughout the war, and it is possible during this confusing time when multiple armies were being fused into one that the cipher key used by the War Department was slightly different than that being used in the field by the Army of the Potomac, so perhaps the operator thought Gertrude meant noon instead of midnight. Whatever the reason, the mistake on this telegram remained unnoticed for more than 150 years. When prioritizing the message for General Halleck, the War Department operator rewrote the telegram with the incorrect sent time from the worksheet onto a new piece of paper with War Department letterhead. This telegram can be found in the Halleck papers at the National Archives. The operator then made a file copy and at least one carbon copy of the file copy. After the war, when the compilers of the official records did not have access to either McClellan's original copy or Halleck's received copy, because both were still in the possession of their owners, they used the next best thing, the War Department's carbon copy of Halleck's file copy. When the compilers finished copying the telegram, they placed a war record stamp in the upper right corner of the document, which can clearly be seen today. However, they did not copy the information verbatim. They changed the timestamp of 12 m to noon. Every copy of the official records printed since then, both in paper and digital format, contains this timestamp error. Timestamp mistakes like this were not unique. Exactly the same mistake, 12 midnight to 12 m error, happened again only 2 days later with McClellan's trophies telegram. We know that operator Bickford at Monocacy Junction reconnected the wire from Washington to the Point of Rocks station at 5 p.m., and that afterward McClellan received a message directly from Lincoln through a telegraphic operator that read, "Sir, the telegraph line is open to Point of Rocks. The President is at the War Department office and anxious to hear from you." The same source shows that Lincoln's message reached McClellan from Point of Rocks via Sugarloaf Mountain. Chief Signal Officer Major Albert Meyer further confirmed in his report on October 6, 1862, stating, "In the evening of September 13th, a message was received from Washington, transmitted through the signal station at Point of Rocks from the President of the United States to General McClellan. A reply was in the same manner returned." As the analysis in Chapter 4 of this study makes clear, the content of McClellan's midnight telegram provides clues about when it was sent. It states, for example, that he had possession of the Catoctin mountain range, when at noon he did not. For 6 hours Pleasanton had been fighting for the Gap, and his last message to McClellan before noon indicated the difficulty he was having in driving the Confederates from their position. McClellan also repeated the appeal he had made 15 minutes earlier to Governor Curtin and 3 hours earlier to Halleck to concentrate Pennsylvania's militia forces at Chambersburg. Beyond the telegram's contents and timestamp, at least 8 primary sources, many of which are recounted in Chapter 3, show that the 12th Corps did not halt until about noon, meaning Lee's lost orders could not have been found until after that time. McClellan sent his return telegram from General McClellan's headquarters at Frederick, Maryland by signal from Point of Rocks via Sugarloaf Mountain, and the War Department received it 2.35 hours later on September 14th. Judging by the telegraphic operator's handwriting, the same person who had misinterpreted the timestamp coding of McClellan's midnight letter to Halleck 2 nights earlier, again incorrectly interpreted the same code word for midnight as noon. At the top of a 7-column worksheet used to decode the received telegram, the operator wrote the timestamp in error as 12 m. From that worksheet, a clean copy was made for Lincoln, also with the wrong timestamp of 12 m. After sending off Lincoln's copy, the operator took out 2 pieces of paper with the War Department heading and placed a piece of carbon paper between them. He then recopied the telegram from the worksheet, still with the incorrect timestamp, sending the top copy to Secretary of State Seward and retaining the bottom copy for the War Department's records. Yet, unlike the September 11th midnight telegram to Halleck, it appears someone corrected the timestamp on the copy sent to President Lincoln. Who had the authority to make such a change on the President's personal copy? In a Washington Post online debate in 2012, Stephen W. Sears, the loudest modern advocate of the noon trophies telegram theory, conjectured that some unknowing civilian clerk organizing the Lincoln papers, who was ignorant of military telegraph usage, made the change. Before giving serious consideration to a view which fails to consider that the clerk, or whomever altered the document at the time, the history of Lincoln's personal papers needs to be closely reviewed. Lincoln's copy of the trophies telegram, along with thousands of his other papers, remained in Lincoln's possession until his assassination on April 15, 1865. Within 2 weeks, all of his papers had been sequestered. Deeply concerned that some of Lincoln's papers would be damaging to men now living, Lincoln's oldest son Robert asked trusted friend, Associate Judge David Davis, on April 27th to administer his father's estate. Within 2 weeks, Judge Davis had Lincoln's trusted personal secretaries, John Nicolay and John Hay, pack up the papers and secure them in a vault at the National Bank in Bloomington, Illinois. From a letter Robert wrote a few weeks later, it is clear that the papers relating to the administration were in such a confused state that they could not then be got at. The papers then remained in the vault until 1874, when they were sent to Nicolay in Washington for use in procuring Lincoln's authorized biography. The papers were still in the custody of Nicolay upon his death in 1901, after which, under Hay's supervision, they were moved to the Department of State. When Hay died 4 years later, Robert Lincoln retrieved the papers and held them under lock and key in Chicago until his retirement, after which they traveled with him between Washington, D.C. in the winter and Manchester, Vermont in the summer. In 1919, Robert secretly moved the papers to the Library of Congress under the condition that their presence there not be disclosed. Then, a few years later, he formally conveyed them to the library by a deed of gift, with the stipulation that they should be kept from official or public inspection or private view until 21 years after his death. Robert Lincoln died on July 26, 1926. And exactly 21 years later, in 1947, officials at the library opened the papers to the public. During his life and for years after his death, Robert Lincoln did not let anyone except his father's 2 most trusted aides review the papers. Taking this into consideration, it would seem impossible that Robert or Lincoln's former secretaries would ever allow someone of the character described by Mr. Sears to access Lincoln's unorganized papers, much less be given the sanction to write directly on them. The far simpler explanation is that immediately upon receiving McClellan's trophies telegram, Lincoln added "idnite" to the 12M himself. Only a few hours earlier, Lincoln had been at the War Department office anxious to hear from McClellan. When McClellan's response eventually came in at 2:35 a.m., Lincoln knew that the reply time-stamped 12M was wrong because he had not requested an update from McClellan until hours after that time in the evening. He then added "idnite" himself to correct the timestamp for his own use. These examples of 2 telegraphic transcription errors in only 2 days emphasize the need for historians to be critical of the sent timestamps shown on telegrams if they come from anywhere other than the original source, especially when the contents of a message seem out of context. Although innocently created, the incorrect 12M timestamp has been used by authors ever since Jacob Cox to misinform generations about McClellan's performance during the Maryland campaign. Rather than question when the trophies telegram might have been sent based on an analysis of its content and surrounding events, too many authors have chosen instead to twist their narratives into a timeline that relies on the message being sent at noon. In the process, they have ignored, dismissed, renounced, or misquoted the vast array of readily available primary accounts that show otherwise. Thankfully, a new era of Civil War scholarship is evolving, which provides a more balanced appraisal of George McClellan based on the fact that he sent his trophies telegram at midnight on September 13th and not at noon. This concludes the Tale Untwisted by Gene M. Thorp and Alexander B. Rossino. Narrated by Chris Sorensen. Copyright 2023 by Gene M. Thorp and Alexander B. Rossino. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Savis Beatty and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.